पाकिस्तान में पहली बार पबजी मोबाइल का जुनून पहुंचा है कॉलेज कैंपस पर। अपना स्क्वाड जमा करें और अपनी कैंपस की नुमाइंदगी करें। लड़िए अपने विकार के लिए। दांव पर हैं $30,000।
Hello everyone and welcome to Pubgmobile Campus Championship Pakistan 2021 powered by Oppo F19 Pro #Wook Up Your Fun. My name is Oshin Sharma and alongside me it's Lakshya Arora, Major Beast Whitey, as you guys might be knowing him, and this is going to be another day where we're going to be seeing teams just showcasing their amazing talents. And Lakshya, like, how do you feel about the teams that are out here? Because some of them are new but they are really good with their talents.
Ocean, I'm very excited. Like I'm very curious to know what the things is bring on my table.
Yeah, I mean that's totally true, right? Because when we are looking forward to everything, obviously we'll be discussing about the prize pool and the way it has been moving on with the stuff of the teams. As I have seen, right? I've known there are a few teams like Arcadians. They have been pulling up a really good show for themselves and obviously for the audience to see out here. So we'll have to see if the day still remains the same for them, or something else happens. But before we just move forward, let's have a look at the prize pool to see what's at stake right now. And talking about this first position, I mean $10,000, 30,000 is for the total prize pool, and MVP of the tournament gets 500.
Oh my God! Like second position holder gets $5,000, third position gets $3,200. I mean that's a lot of money, Ocean.
Exactly, that is a lot of money at stake, and obviously, with this comes the bragging rights as well, right? When you talk about it, I mean, Lakshya, if we just have to look forward to it, someone gets to say that yes, they are the winners, but alongside that, the prize and the bragging rights forever stays with them. That PMCC Pakistan 2021, they were there to dominate above all. So the competition, obviously, it's getting fierce each and every moment moving forward.
Yes, absolutely, Ocean. I'm totally agreed with you. I mean, the players are so much dominating. They're showing they have been showing so much aggression throughout the event, throughout the match. I'm very curious. I'm very excited to see how does this all system goes right now.
Exactly. We're talking about the point system, right? 1 kill equals 1 point, and 13 to 16 obviously gets you none, but a chicken dinner gets you 15 points. And as we have seen, right, if a team gets chicken dinner with the less number of kill points, they might have to just, rack those points in the upcoming games. But if a team gets maybe at the third or fourth position with a lot of kill points, maybe 8 for their placement, that's on the fourth position, maybe 8 kill points, they get 16 points already. That's a huge jump sometimes amongst the third team or something. So teams will have to look forward to how they manage the balance of both, because sometimes you might get kill points, you might lose out on placement points, and you might have to come back in the upcoming games then.
Yes, absolutely, Ocean. Ocean, what do you think? What is the main strategy that all the teams are being following this?
I mean, as far as I've seen, right, it's about holding your areas, right, and holding your zones, holding your comfort levels. As we'll see in the squads as well, we'll talk about the squads to see what the competition is bringing forward to us right now. This is the squad roster of Group 7, and here we can see DraCula, QFOs2, Team G69, and TeamTES. These are the players that are going to be showcasing their gameplays. But Envy, I mean, this team, I've casted this team, and I would love to see what Envy brings to the table. Futuristic X and Seksi, and obviously Team 8X is going to be out here. Moving forward, Sorry All is going to be, making up their way. Team Thugs, Assaulters, and Team Scary.
Oh my God. These over teams are looking so much confident, and I must say, Nightmare, EV, CG, NS, all these teams are spectacular in their own field.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard good stuff about Chapad Ganju, so I would love to see, how Chapad Ganju's actually play today. That's going to be CG. So I would love to see, how their gameplay just comments for themselves, and obviously along them against the entire lobby, because obviously it's going to be a series of matches that are going to be happening today. And if you falter down in one match, you have time for the upcoming match to come back forward. But obviously it's going to be a lot of different maps, so you'll have to see through all those things, because that's where the conversation of schedule just goes down to see where the matches and the maps, how they're going to be panning through everything.
And yes, the schedule is here. Oh my God. Erangel, Sanhok, Miramar. The maps are there. Group 4, Group 7, Game 4, Erangel. Group 7, Game 5, Sanhok. Group 7, Game 6, Miramar. And the Group 8, Game 4 will be out in Erangel. Group 8, Game 5, Sanhok. Group 8, Game 6, Miramar.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. This is how it's going to be, right? If your Erangel goes into turmoils, you might just come back for the Sanhok or maybe Miramar just to, get the best out of your gameplay. But sometimes, it just comes down to is it might not be your day. So you'll have to just, look forward to once again how you can play the upcoming matches. Maybe Sanhok is going to be a good one because everyone knows their goods and bads in Erangel because everyone has played Erangel right from the start. Sanhok and Miramar might just be, off maps that can make or break the game. I mean, I still remember there were a few days back, there was an incredible clutch that just happened onto the map of Miramar. So those kind of things just, come down to thinking about because it was the Chosen Four that was in the other group and the Chosen Four were playing really, really good. But the things, went in their own matters of ups and downs. Let's, with this conversation, let's have a look at the overall rankings as well to see how the stuff is moving up right now because it just comes down and constitutes to the stuff. And after game 3, Futuristic X is looking really good. Team Envy is out there on the 4th. I mean, we have to look forward to the top 7 because those are going to be the number of teams that will be moving forward to the next round.
Exactly, Futuristic with the total points of 55, and I must say there's a pretty good amount of points they have. Teammates are having 1 chicken dinner and 23 placement points with total points 38. Envoys with total points 32. Team Envy 31. No Sympathy 29. Nightmares 13. DraCula 13, and Team Turks 9 points.
Yeah, I mean, they are just out there, but this is not the end. Obviously, 9 to 16 is going to be having a storyline for its own self for us, and we'll be seeing forward to that as well. Because right now, you can see every team, most of the teams are constituting more for their placement points, and obviously that's important. But let's see how these teams just, come back with everything. Assaulters is out there, Team Scary, and QR Post too. I mean, these teams are just out there. They'll have to make their way towards the top 7 because that is the most important thing right now. Their major goal is for the qualification into the next round, and if they can do that, obviously it's going to be with high and good flying colors for themselves. If they cannot, I mean, it's going to be experience probably that they.
Okay, Ocean, which is your favorite team? Right? Which team are you rooting for?
I would say right now, I would not want to have any favorites because, we'll still have to see. Every team learns with each and every game, right? Every team just, gets to know about their own self much better with each and every game. But if I have to pick one team, I would love to see what Team Envy does onto the first match, which is live right in front of us. Ladies and boys and girls, the flight path, it starts from the backsides of Ferry Pier, moves on to the sides of Severny, School, Pochinki, Ruins, Rozok are going to be good areas, but still we'll have to see where the circle, constitutes and how the teams will be playing right now.
Oh my God! Like I'm very much excited to see where the teams, all the brilliant teams are there. You can say, Ocean, all the teams are so much confident, so much brilliant, that they know where to land, and when they land, they just dominate everyone.
Yeah. Exactly. They'll have to dominate everyone, right? Because it just comes down to this: how do you just plan and play your gameplay. But right now we can see the team, 8X just looting down onto the areas of Sosnovka military base. I mean, the military base is a really good area if they just want to move forward through that. Depends if the circle goes onto the sides of Shelter, Milta, those areas, and obviously it constitutes military base. Then these teams can stay here. But talking about some other teams as well, you can see, right? The players are still looking downwards. I can see a one team going down to Query, which is, I would say, is a really good area, but one of the highly underrated areas. But we'll have to see what kind of loot do they constitute for themselves. George will obviously a really, really good area, but surprisingly, no one has gone to Pochinki.
Exactly, no one has gone to Pochinki. I must say that's a pretty good stats because Pochinki has so much of their I can say Pochinki has a highly populated area, but we can say nobody is there, and I think everybody will. Okay, Ocean, I must say ki
Well, I mean, this is the circle that I said, right? And this is the circle that there is. So I just predicted this circle, and I'm really happy with my prediction once again. But well, this is the circle, and this is where we're seeing it all, right? Milta, Shelter, good areas to just stay for the fights. but Farm and Milta is going to be an open area if you just, have to move forward. And that's where you can already see one or two teams just staying down. But Yasna, look at the areas around Yasna. You can see two teams right close to each other. The same goes for Georgopol. I mean, Georgopol, it's not that close, but Yasna, it's in a really close proximity. So it might just constitute to an early skirmish. And we would want to see how that just, pans out for the players.
Exactly, Ocean. I must say the fighting must initiate over here, and as we can see, as team number 19 Psycho is finding his loot.
UMP. Well, they are spotting down each other, right? And they are trying to just, spot down the players. But look at this. Psycho, Foxy, Hamud. I mean, these players are three-man squad. This might just be bad for them as well. I mean, they can just go for the fights. But if the things just, constitute really bad, it might just, even deteriorate for the players and to see how they're down. So we might have to just, look forward onto the fights. But Psycho has a VSS, has 6 bullets as well. Does not have a helmet or a vest. He needs to find that ASAP.
Exactly, he doesn't have the basic loot right now. I mean, oh my God, there's a SKS in his hand. I must say he has.
Well, somehow, we will still have to see how these things just go down. As if you see Augie right now, alongside Swirey and TR, obviously they are looting onto the same areas as well, and they'll have to move forward. I mean, right now they are in the circle. They have a good area inside the circle, but the circle obviously has to go against them. It's down to Yasnaya, where they are. Yasnaya becomes the edge of the circle right now. But look at the players of G69. The place where they are, that might just be one of the potential centers of the circle, the 4 crossing roads alongside of Shelter and Farm and Milta. So these are the places where these players will have to move, and 8X might just be in a really, really good position because no one is in military base. Yeah. Yeah, as of now, I don't think so. Any team would want to just, take on to that. Obviously, no team would want to come south, take fight, and then go north. It just kind of just will not make any sense. But the thing is, 9TM, I mean, they can block the bridge. They are at a potential area because Milta and Farm, they have a 2-2 split. If a team comes from south, they can block it out. It just, I don't know, it rhymes for a for a matter right now. But Georgopol is where the teams will have to rotate. Query is where the teams will have to rotate from, and shooting range is where the teams will have to rotate from, and they have to constitute into the center lines of the circle. Once they do it, it might just be easy for the players. If they do not, we'll have to see. But so far, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, once again, if you guys are new out here, this is Pubgmobile Campus Championship Pakistan 2021, powered by Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag Wook up your fun. And this is the first game of the day right now. But these teams, obviously, they know how their opponents like to play, and they would like to take them down as soon as they can. Yeah, that's true. We still, have to see how the things just go down. As right now, Spidey, all right, he picks up a Scarrel. Obviously, a really good choice as compared to an SKS right now. If it just comes down to the way the fights are supposed to happen, he might not want to take a long-range fight. Obviously, might be having 5.56 ammo more. Well, Hamud, he's just standing up right now onto the outskirts of the building. And Foxy has level 3 helmet, level 2 vest, level 2 backpack, alongside with Psycho as well, who has a level 2 helmet, level 1 vest. Has one full med kit if you just, look forward to it. And talk about Augie, right? Level 2 helmet, level 2 vest. These are really good things. But the thing is, he does not have any first aid or or any boosters except for one adrenaline syringe. Out for now, if we just, talk about the stuff that is moving up forward, you can see Joker, moving on from one direction to the other. Sounds like a really, really good stuff for him as well. I mean, he kind of can just go for the rotations onto his own self if we just talk about this. But look at Hellfire, has an M16. All right, is changing out with another M16. Obviously, will be a good thing for the movement. Deadlines out here as well, has a Uzi for his own self. Joker, well, the tri-bike might just help him out.
Exactly, and as you rightly pointed out, Ocean, these teams are going to perform pretty well. And for now, we have seen that, yes, these teams are actually trying to loot. But for now, it seems that Hellfire is just having that Bison. So it seems like team number 10 are really relying with the help of those SMGs. So what do you think? How these guns have been changing their metas? Because we have seen in the past that many teams, many players are really relying upon those guns, especially those SMGs.
Well, that's true, right? But we still have to look forward. I mean, right now, ladies and gentlemen, Ankit is joining me as of now. Switch to Mac is who he is, and we'll have to see, how these fights just, constitute to its own self. Well, look at this, 950 meters outside the circle. Do you think he's going to make it? I mean, he is going to make it for sure, but do you think it might just waste a lot of time as he has to go towards the vehicle first that he's just looking out there? Then he has to just, look forward to the rotation, so might just be a bad chance, right?
Exactly, it can be, and if they don't have, obviously they are not high on medics, especially those first aid kits and bandages, it might go against them. But Ocean, for now, these teams actually, I have seen these players and these teams actually playing a bit passively, and they try to make a late rotation. For now, it seems that Alyan is having that US and might help those other members of the team to rescue for now. And obviously, we know the first damage and the second damage zone, that is bearable, but after that it becomes unbearable after the circle hits a fourth or a fifth shift.
I mean, probably that then you have to just sacrifice some of the fights for the rotations, or maybe sacrifice some rotations for the fights. It just comes down to the final moments. But this is where it gets tricky. You can see, I mean, Seksi is just out there. Neptune is going to be just going for a decent spray. Well, it did not do a lot of damage though as of now, but it still just stays onto its own side. He knows that there are going to be players that are going to be just dishing out damage, and he is doing damage of his own. Has 4 bullets, will be going for a reload, getting it 40 again. M16 does not have any scope. Harry had a 4 times. He could have taken a head or 2 down.
Exactly. Obviously, we know 4X has a very distant vision, and how about that deal? A spray with AKM or with a red dot, and obviously for a 100-meter or a 200-meter, we know a player obviously don't get themselves in the right spot. And for now, it seems that yes, Neptune did miss some of the shot, but it seems that Seksi's Ultron is very, very close to Harry. And does Harry have that info that he's very close to him? Because we see one player down of Seksi, that is Shadi.
Well, 8X, I mean, the backup is just arriving as soon as right now, and you can see Ultron just onto the backside, just trying to take up the fights, and Harry, he's just moving up forward, spots him down, can take him down as well. That's a good knock. The finish will be coming up, and that's going to be the first point constituted for the team. I mean, they did knock the players down, but the finishes are coming up right now. That's the first point. They'll have to, just revive their teammate as well as soon as they can. Look at the 3 times right now in the hands of the players, and they'll have to just, constitute everything. But Seksi's boss, he is ready to take up his own fights. It's a 2-man squad right now. One player needs up a revive, and what they can do at the best is going to be one thing, then that is to take up the fight. But no, it's not working in their favor. 8X might as well constitute everything and can win this one fight as of now, as Seksi has 1 man surviving, and that too is focusing on a revive. I guess Harry knows it. He's moving up forward. He knows that he can get those kill points for himself and the team, but the revive has been given down. It's 2-man right now, but 1 man needs to put up the first aid as soon as he can. But Harry, does he want to move forward? Sounds like it. He wants to. He has spotted him down. He can take the players down, but Boss has put up that first hit for himself. It's a 3v4 situation. All the players, they know that they have pinned those players down, but no, Harry goes down. It's a 2v2. Boss is out there. It's a 2v1 situation as Boss is clutching it out like a frog for himself. But look at this right now. Can he survive the skirmish right now? He'll have to do it for himself and for the team somehow. Somehow it's going to be a really challenging task for him.
Boss is really putting up his name as for now, but no, he is taken down by Mir. It seems the only man surviving from Seksi is onto the second floor. But does Mir have this knowledge? But for now, he has to make a revival, and that can be the crucial moment. But because if Maverick comes down, he can take down. But it seems that Maverick is still trying to make a jiggle. But no, it seems that he's making a wall. And for now, if he spots the player, he can take any moment down. But for now, it seems that Mir is done with the revival. Maverick taking some random shots onto the players of 8X, but it seems it can be a one decision, and no! Mir takes him down, and an early elimination for Team Seksi.
The 1v3 by 8X. That was one of the most brilliant things to start off your day today. Erangel is theirs. They wanted to showcase it. But hey, if 8X is out there, 9TM is really close to them. Really close to them. We'll have to see if they stay in the circle right now, if they just move for the center of the zone, or if they come for the fights. Because I'm pretty sure they've heard those gun sounds. They've heard those gun sounds as of now.
Exactly, but I'm gonna ask you one question, Ocean. How was that 1v3, and how bummed are you after this early skirmish, this early battle, just in the first 10 minutes of this match?
I'll tell you, the way the fights just started, right? Because no one would have thought this is going to happen. Everyone was looking forward that Seksi is actually playing really good, the team as a whole, and they were almost on the verge of taking the players down. But that one revival, right? That was not just a revival. That gave them a second chance to stand up and fight. And that fight just turned down in their own favor.
Exactly, that will become very important because then it was down to 2v1 situation, and finally he was taken down. But it seems that NS is also on the radar, on the crosshair of two team. But if you see on the left hand side of the screen, NS is being taken down by one team, and it seems that team number 10 is the one who's trying to maximize the damage for now.
They're surviving with one man right now, but talk about the other teams, right? You can see DC's players, they are just out here. Deadlines, they are Flash, Joker, Hellfire. Well, all the characters from DC Universe are trying to make their move on to these areas. But, well, NS, right? Once they lose their one player, they know it's a fight they can't take. They know they'll have to move forward, and they started off as soon as they can. Moving around the circle sounds like a really good deal, but the thing is, they'll have to remember they're only 2-man surviving. They had 3-man right from the start of the game. It's just 2 people surviving. So things might as well go really bad if they don't rotate it in the righteous way. Because, you'll have to look forward to a lot of things. You have their own vehicles. You don't have the other person to cover you down. If someone sprays on you somehow, that might just, backfire on you.
Exactly. But for now, airdrop 2 is on its way. It's onto the ground, and the red beautiful ashes, the smoky ashes coming out of its way, that means the second drop is on its way. And we saw AUG into it, which obviously the level 3 kit into it. So how does AUG become important as a gun? And these are the exclusive weapons that you just get in these airdrops.
Well, I mean, it's a really good weapon, right? You kind of just don't need any attachment, and you can just, use it as it is in a really, really, really good way. But right now, talk about the circle, right? The circle did go a bit down. The circle is obviously out there, the 4 roads of shelter and Miltine Farm, those areas as we just talked about in the early stages. It's that area where the circle is. But look at DC, right? Their rotation is really good. They are going for, they can go for a backstab against Ash and the teammates. But look at Yasnaya. I mean, there are still players around the areas of Yasnaya, and if something goes bad, the zone obviously is going to bite them. But 8X, look at how safe they are playing right now. They know they have those skills, they know they have those numbers with them, so all they have to do is survive, because they are just left 2-man squad, and they'll survive really good. But NS, I mean, they are also a 2-man squad, but the things don't look good for them as they are being pincered down every moment.
Exactly, as you mentioned, these are the 2 teams that are just surviving on their 2 men. For now, it seems that Zeus will be given the revival, but you were talking about those teams that are trying to rotate from the northern side, that is from Yasnaya Polana. That can become an important fight for them, because there were some teams on the northern half of the circle, and we can see some clusters developing on the northern half of the circle. But for now, airdrop number 3 on its way with MK14, and as you say, the double-edged sword.
Yeah, exactly. It's a demon with 2 pastes with an 8 times as well, right? The 8 times scope obviously is going to be the main utilization of this weapon, as you can use it as a DMR, and the damage is obviously impressive. But look at the circle. There are 2 teams inside the circle, and they are separated by a road. I mean, there are obviously houses on the either sides of the road, and that's where these teams are. But look at the teams that are rotating inside the circle. G69 from the back end sides, and obviously Ash as well. They can take up the hill for themselves. They can take a fight against TES, and they can try and take those players down, but still we'll have to see how the other teams constitute it, because in this circle, as far as I know, at least 1 or 2 teams might go down, because look at 8X, they also have to make their move inside the zone. Look at DC, they have to rotate inside the circle, so things might just get tricky.
Exactly, and as you said, one team might just go down. For now, it seems that Clone from the northern side are trying to make an entry, and for them, G9 is waiting for them, NS is waiting for them. But as you rightly said, Team Ash is looking very good. It seems that they are four-man roster and they are having a very good range. But I would like to ask you one question: how do you get these predictions spot on? Just before the circle made a first chip, your first prediction was, what if the circle goes to the shelter and melt area? And here we see the circle is constricted on that certain area. So prediction god, man oh man, what a brilliant spotting level from you.
I mean, it's been like once you cast like 5,000-6,000 matches, you kind of just understand the way it just goes on. But yeah, I mean, it has been a few things. But looking forward to this one, right? I would still love to see how these two players take up their fight. Again, they started off with 3-man. They are right now in 2-man. If they survive in top 5, that's going to be a really big boost for these players. I'm going to be spot on this one, and they'll have to just survive with one thing, and that is get the placement points. Obviously, they know they cannot take fight. It might not just be a good 2v4 if it comes down to that. So all they'll have to do is just survive. Can take 1 or 2 kills if they want to seal the kills. If it just comes down to that, but we'll still have to see if that happens or not. Because right in front of them are the players of TRE. They have one sniper tower for themselves. Let's see if they get spotted down, because this fight is going to be happening on the right edge of the circle.
Definitely, these all fights are maybe we can see some skirmishes going on and some crosses aligning on the east half of the circle. But for now, it seems that Ash, they are 4-man roster, and that split, that 2-1-1 split, can actually help them. But as you were also mentioning, 8X, they are also trying to make an entry into the zone. And for now, it seems that most of the teams are into the zone except the DC, those who are standing on the southwestern side of the zone. But as you were pointing out, some teams are down to the 3-man roster for now, some 2-man roster. So it becomes actually important to secure those placement points, because we have seen in the past games, especially yesterday and day before yesterday, that some teams go for those placement points, and that becomes important in its own.
Yeah, some do, like to go for those placement points for themselves, and that's a good thing. It's nothing bad, because if you just want to, have a momentum started of the day, you can go for a placement point game. Once you get that, next time, if you have to lose something, you can lose it out in the next game, but you can, enjoy those skills if you get in the next game for yourself. But Clone Spirey has been taken down once again. Previously, the vehicle got burst down. This time, he got shot down. But Augie, all right, he goes down as well, and another team goes out of the lobby by G69's Toxic, as he does not want to stop that catastrophe that he just started. Got those 2 kills for himself, got the 2 kills for the team, but the circle goes on to the upper side of shelter. That's where now it comes down to a lot of teams onto the southern side, how they move forward to it. This hardship was supposed to happen, and it happened right now.
Exactly, but for now it seems that team number 12 have their crosshair aligned onto the team number 19, and these are all the teams after that hard shift. As you mentioned, they are trying to make an entry to the zone. So let's see if these teams would allow the rotation to pick off, but it seems that G9 are onto the receiving end as Diablo goes down, and we can see in the proximity, we can see in the foreground that yes, 8X players are also very close to them, but it seems that team number 25 are trying to wreak a havoc, but a nade comes down onto them from NS Alyan and takes down one player.
Well, that is amazing, the way the fight's happening. We'll still have to look forward to how more and more fights just keep on moving forward for themselves, but right now this is how it's just going to be going forward to its own self.
Exactly, and Ash, they are still in the zone. One team that is trying to make an entry into the zone is Team Turtle, that is of G9. For now, they are trying to make the most of it. One player was still knocked, so it becomes important for them to get a revival for them, because any teams would love to go into the last circle with at least 3 men strong.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, talking about 3 men strong, here are 2 men strong for TC. I mean, 2 people have gone down, but in this moment, you need to go for the revives. Go for the smoke grenades if you can, because you can see the zone is also coming, and the zone is going to be biting a lot, because this is going to be the 5th circle, so it might as well just make or break up your game. We talk about the team of 8X. They have just 1 player surviving, but Neptune has been taken down. He will be finished down as well as of now. Harry is one out there. Can he or can he not just revive Mir? I mean, it's going to be a really, really, really tough job for him. But look at the teams that are constituting the edge of the circle. They can break the rotation of TC as they have spotted the players down. Might as well take 1 down. Deadline has been taken down by Johnny, and that was a really good spray. But Mir has been taken down by the play zone, and Hellfire trying to move forward. But Will they be able to make it? But no, onto the other side. Flash takes down one in the pinch of a second, and that's how fast his reflexes are.
Team number 22, that is 9 team, are craving graveyards for all these teams. They are not allowing the rotation of team number 10, that is of DC, to make an entry for the zone. And not just also them. One more team is trying to make a rotation, as we can see in the minimap in the southern half of the circle, that is of NS. But for now, it seems that team number 10, that is of DC, they are being denied. They are being denied to make an entry for the zone. And it seems that many of the teams, many of the players would obviously give their kill to the zone, cause Johnny, he is not stopping.
Look at this, Johnny. He's just trying to do everything. He spots him down, but no, he is not taking any shot. He's just, looking forward to the other directions as of now. He could have, just gotten that one extra kill had it been out there. But now he knows that there are going to be other players onto the other sides as well. Will he go for the revive? 38 seconds on the clock right now. One revive can get to 9 seconds. Obviously, the first hit for 4 seconds. So 13 seconds is what the players will have to look forward to. And after that, they can just, move forward. We'll have to see how the things just, constitute towards everything. Harry from 8X, the solo survivor from the team, is inside the circle. Does not have to worry about anything except if he overcommits in any situation. But 6th circle, 16 seconds on the clock, it might as well make or break the entire game if the smoke runs out from the left-hand side.
Exactly, these things, especially the utility, the smokes, the nades become important in the last of the circle. And we have seen some teams trying to make a move into the zone, They have faltered on the smoke, but it seems that team number 12 is on the back end, as 2 players have been already knocked. Diablo is the last player surviving, and it seems that one player that was trying to make the most of it has been taken down by team DC, and it seems that Diablo will be revived. But smokes, let's talk about these utilities, especially Harry is using it pretty well.
Somehow, these utilities are being used just into this moment, but we'll have to see, how many smokes does he have? Does he have enough to move forward with everything? But at this moment, we have 6 teams surviving, 13 players alive, 9 team onto one direction, obviously DC onto the other. We can see NSS players, those 2 players that we said, would survive till top 5. They're out here. Zeus and Alan, they are still surviving somehow. They're inside the circle, but hey, the fights are going to be moving up forward. But look at this, a throwable being used from the players on 9TM. Will it going to take down Hellfire? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Joker, the last one surviving. Does he have a joke to tell around once he wins this game or not? Because 9TM, they are onto the backside and they can as well take up the fight. But look at Alian taking down one player. That's going to be Diablo taken down onto the situation. Somehow, it's going to be a catastrophic war, as Joker again is trying to survive the players. But look at this, he has an AK and he's just trying to take the players down. But no, he has been spotted down. He takes down one, but onto the other side just has one bullet. He'll be finished down, and we have 5 teams surviving.
Exactly, we are down to the 6th zone, and soon a 7th circle will be formed, and it seems that Smicky from team number 9 just did the job for them. But no, Toxic was taken down by one team and he has been eliminated, and as we say, we are just down to 3 teams and 7 players.
Well, NS also got eliminated. Again, it just came down, right? They were in the top 5. They made their way for the placement points, but this is right now what it is. But you can see, these players have all, this team has all the 4 players surviving. They are constituting the entire lobby just for themselves, and that's where Brekar takes down one player. It's a 4v1v1. The 4v1v1 situation. Somehow they can win this game for themselves. Brekar just out there, Mom takes down Harry. All right. It's a 1v4 situation. They know it. They're going to be winning up. Do some emotes, have a celebration. It's their game, the first game for themselves, and there it is, an impressive winner chicken dinner coming out.
Yes, a very good, well-deserved chicken dinner, and this was the thing we were actually talking about. Let your 4th player go down to the last zone. Obviously, you won't get those number of kills, but if once you get to the last zone, the game will be there for you. And yes, a well-deserved chicken dinner by TeamTES. And obviously, I'm very excited, very happy for those teams.
Well, it was one of the most brilliant ways just to, look forward to that, to win a chicken dinner, just, talk forward with it, with this one. But somehow, I would say the circle played an important role, because a lot of teams, so let's talk about 8X. They came from the areas around military base. They came forward, obviously, and they were in top 5 as well. Let's talk about the teams like the ones that rotated from Yasna. They had an open area. But the teams around Georgiapol, the teams around Query, where there was no circle right from the beginning, they kind of were in their own ups and downs.
Exactly. It was a very difficult situation for them, and there were some roadblocks, some impediments, but they tried anyhow. They were trying really hard to make an entry from the western side. But as you were talking about Team 8X, they really did a very good job dropping from military base island side and then just going to wipe one squad and then finally going down to the almost third last zone. They could have done things differently. They could have used some of the smoke, some of the utilities that could have help them get to the top notch performance. But I was actually impressed the way all these teams played.
Yeah, I mean, some of the ways, these teams were playing their game, that was really, really brilliant onto its own self. If we just, talk about this one, we'll have to see, how this
Yes.
constitutes their standings of the game, because everyone just was, looking forward to their own good, amazing gameplay if it just comes down to that. But somehow, if I have to talk about it, right, if you just look forward to the fights that were happening, first circle, not a lot. Second circle, not a lot. Third circle, that the skirmish that happened was incredible. And after that, on to the final zones, the final fight. Once you know, right, your players are surviving. It's a 4v1
Yes.
v1. You know you'll be winning every fight that you take, because you always have a cover, a backup to take all those fights, and they did it perfectly.
Yes, and talking about covers, what about that extreme hardship that went onto the shelter area? You don't get that much of cover, especially you just get those trees, some of the stone, some of the rock, but you have to create the cover for yourself. You can actually destroy your Dacia, you can destroy
Yeah.
your US, you can use some of the smokes, which some of the teams did really well, and they got that placement point. But Ocean, let's talk about the team that actually took a drop on Yasnaya Polyana. I expected some real fights, some real early battle, and that could have been a delight for not just for the viewers but for us also.
Yeah, that's true. But about that, we'll be talking about that onto the rankings as well. Because there are a few teams out here that drop down onto the areas of Yasna, but their momentum and their movements were on their own levels of ups and downs. But look at this, TES. They got just 5 kills. So every team that won here or something for themselves, the maximum number of kills is 5. 8x got 5 kills, C69 got 5 kills. But apart from that, no other team got a big number of kills for themselves.
Exactly. Exactly, as rightly pointed about you, we can see a good distribution for between the kill and with all those teams, and we can see 5-4, 5-4, 5-2-2. That means every team did pretty well in securing the number of kills. And if we talk about that conversion rate, but it then comes down to Team TES. They were the team who went to the last circle with 4 men strong, and we have been consistently talking about these factors that if you go at least with 3 or 4 players to the last circle, it can be yours game.
It can be pretty much, the game that has to be just out there. But right now, if we just move forward and look forward to the teams onto the other side, you can see Team Thugs and Salters were the only ones, obviously, that got the placement point for themselves. As these were the number of teams that were just in this one. But, moving forward, I would say the rankings were really good, but there were a few moments that had the best of the best impacts out here. So this is the Oppo F19 Pro moments, and this is the first fight that happened.
Exactly, and at one point of time, it was a 1v3 situation. But finally, as you said, Boss was the real boss in the fight here. He took one player down. He also tried to took one player down again, but he was so low on HP that he was not able to do so.
Well, I mean, there's these kind of things just, keep on happening for its own self. Some fights you win, some fights you lose, just the things that just, go down onto its own constituency. Well, we still have to see how the momentum just, gets forward for these teams, as if the one game was good, the other one, they'll have to make
Exactly.
it even better. I mean, we saw the amount of points that these teams have. I will have to see if they are
Yes.
happy with that, or they would want to just accumulate more and more. Because if I was on their place, I would want the next game to be as good as it was previously.
Exactly, and obviously Team TES, they want to continue their momentum, they want to continue their rhythm for the next match, and for that
Yeah.
we have to wait a moment, because second match will be in action in a moment, and that will be the tropical rainforest, some Sake in action. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I'm talking about the Sanhok action.
I've been talking about Sanhok, right? It sometimes can be a bit weird just because of one thing, and that
Yes.
is the smaller circle. There's a smaller area to play around. Maybe the boot camp skirmish that might just happen. This game, we did not see anyone go to Pochinki. That is onto the center lines. Maybe the next game we might just see early boot camp skirmishes, or maybe Paradise.
I'm just waiting for that, and it would be a delight for all those viewers, and especially for us also, because we all wait for all those early fights and early matches, and I'm especially waiting for that. How if a team approaches to them for like especially just imagine if a team is having a particular drop location at boot camp, and if they are contested at that place, how they are going to react in that situation, because this is the place, this is the biggest place that these teams would be getting an opportunity to actually showcase the performance. But for now, let's head to the overall ranking after game number 4.
When we talk about the overall ranking right now, we can see that TeamTES still, looking really good with those 2 chicken dinners that they have right now. The previous game, decent one for them. Futuristic X onto the second with 1 in their own bank in the number of chicken dinners. But well, somehow the other teams will have to just, move forward, because some of these teams obviously have played just 3 matches. They'll have to come back stronger. Yes. And get those points onto a bigger number for themselves. But talking about 8X, they have 22 points for themselves. DraCula's out there with 19 points. So top 7 and top 8 is onto its own bank of numbers, because top 7 is the number that has to just move forward from here.
Exactly, but it seems that TeamTES is actually banking on the number of chicken dinners, because they are trying to secure, because in this 4 match they have played, they have secured half of the matches at chicken dinner. But let's talk about those teams, those who are on the second half of the chart. Team G9 with 19 points, Team Thugs with 10 points, Team Seksi with 9 points. So if you talk about all those teams, those who are from 6 to 10, they don't have much of a point difference. So we can see any of these teams trying to topple any teams in the first half of the chart pretty soon.
Yeah, that's true. We still, have to move forward and look forward to how these teams just, look forward on their own good gameplays. But somehow, if just, we talk about these teams, there are a few teams you just, look forward to, and you talked about it, right? Single-digit numbers on their overall standings. And if they come back stronger, they might, with one really good game, they can be in top 7, because 22 points, 19 points. If a team has, 7, 8, 9, 10 points, one good game can get them a chicken dinner. If not chicken dinner, second position, but hey, they'll have to gather the kill numbers as well for themselves. But we'll have to just look forward how that constitutes onto the other things. But we'll be coming back with the map of Sanhok in a really, really short time, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you after this.
Welcome to Karakin. Today, let me guide you on an in-depth understanding of this 4-square-kilometer humble island. Before stepping into Karakin, you may have already heard about the intimidating Demolition Zone. In Demolition Zone, buildings will be destroyed into smithereens. But rest assured that today's tour will be a safe one. Karakin might be a small island, but the textile industry of the island works as a crucial financial support for the entire island. Our first attraction is Al Haik. Al Haik is a medium-scale town, and people who lived here refine pigments for a living. Then those pigments will be sent to Quettaknigh for dyeing. Skyscrapers are scarce in Al Haik. Compared to other urban areas, there are fewer visitors here, which makes looting easier. It's a perfect choice for a team of 4 in search of adequate equipment supplies. We'll be walking by the sea, and our next attraction will be Quettaknigh, which serves as the port of importing raw materials of Karakin. Imported textiles are dyed in vats filled with multiple colors and distributed to the factories. If you want to choose this place as your landing spot, then it's recommended that 1 to 2 players in your team land in the containers area, as they can easily find combat supplies here. and head to the city to support their teammates. In the middle of our journey to Al Habar, we'll be passing by an enclosed warehouse. You will need to use sticky bomb to blast the walls that look less solid to get in. There's always something nice in here, but be careful, as one might not want to hide behind those walls during combat, because those unmaintained walls can be easily penetrated with just a touch, making you susceptible to attacks from enemies and exposing you to dangers. The next stop is Al Habar, which is the largest urban area in Karakin. There are many residents, hence the numerous high-rising residences. No doubt this place will be a popular spot in the future. Our next attraction is the port city of Bar Shahir, which stores and exports goods of Karakin. This is the perfect spot to search for weapons, making it my personal favorite. Next up is the city of the West, Bashara. It was a city congested with residents, with tall buildings providing convenience in observing the surrounding movements. Just make sure not to lose your directions here. Our final destination is the cargo ship, located at the southwest corner of the map. This ship has been idle here for forever, and has already been abandoned. Yet there are still goods that remained here. However, due to the gigantic size of the cargo ship and the containers, this place no doubt becomes a place to rumble. Don't you feel the excitement already just thinking of it? Besides these urban areas, Karakin also houses many such little buildings. Rumor has it that there's another passage beneath these buildings, as well as a huge space beneath Karakin. Well, it's up to you, believe them or not. Alright, your Karakin tour is now closing its curtains. Looking forward to seeing you next time.
Yeah, we got it, we did it! I know you'll be there for me.
I'll always be here.
Whoa! How are you? Yes! Thank you, bro.
Hello everyone and welcome back to PUBG Mobile Campus Championship Pakistan 2021 powered by Oppo F19 Pro hashtag Wook Up Your Fun. My name is Ocean and alongside me it's Switch to Mac right next to me. So previous game was incredible, but we'll still have to see what the next game just brings for us, and this is the next game for us, and we can see these players just moving forward, and the flight path starts from the backsides of Khao, Tatmok to Kampong.
Exactly, and we can see the flight path is on its way, and then Eastern dominated flight path. That means those teams would obviously not gonna have that much of impediments if they want to traverse to Tambang and Nakham or Shami area. And as we know that this is a small map, so apart from the flight path, and this flight path is not obviously gonna make a problematic situation for all those teams, those who wanna go to the western side of the map.
Exactly. I mean, it just goes down to how we'll have to see the stuff, because the circle is going to be the most important thing, and no one's in boot camp right now again. But look at DC's players; they have a weird split, as Deadline is on one side, and the other players are moving to Ruins, where they can find Envy's players, and it might just be a really bad early skirmish. But look at Docs. Docs is where Clones players are, and they have nothing right next to, like, Kampong, Lakabi, Camp Bravo. All the areas are empty, so they can just move inside the circle. But right now, this is where the first fight's happening alongside the areas of Hearten, where TES, the champions of the previous game, right, the chicken dinner winners in the previous game, they're out here. Let's see if they can win this fight.
Exactly. They must be high with the morale. They must be boosted with the confidence. And if they win this match too, and obviously, let's talk about this fight in the first half of the match. If they win this fight, they would surely propel themselves up in this match, and they can also be the #1 contender again, because last match they played passively, mind you, and we saw Ocean, the number of kills were actually very much distributed among all those teams, so it can be a very good opportunity for TES, and especially if we talk about Seksi, this can be a moment for them.
Probably it can be. I mean, they'll have to start up an early skirmish, and a really good one this time. Obviously, does not want to make any mistake in this momentum that is with them. We'll still have to see, how it just pans down for these players, because they'll have to pan it into a really good fight. If it does not happen, it might just be into their own mistakes, and they'll have to just rectify it as soon as they can, because it's going to be the second game of the day. The first game did happen for them, and it was on its own momentum of ups and downs. Well, Boss is in S12K. The closer in close range, S12K can be utilized in a really good way, but let's see how it comes against the players of TES.
Exactly, and a moment ago we saw that circle that is having a northern and a central shift. That means all this area of Hatin and Khao is in the circle, so they can actually let themselves to indulge into the fight for a long time, and they have the luxury, obviously, if they can obviously let this fight to go for long, especially for next 3, 4, 5 minutes, because we are just into the 3rd minute of the circle, and the teams are still waiting to make an opening. For now, it seems that 4 teams are onto the camp Alpha, and again, I would just let you do the prediction. Where do you think the circle would be for the second shift?
I would say, obviously, so this circle has to go onto the right-hand side for its own self. It will not leave the island, the Camp Alpha Island, but it has to go to a bit of the right-hand side, and that's where the players onto the sides of Hatin will have to move forward onto the right-hand side. So let's see how it just goes forward on its own self. But look at 9TM. They're onto the sun side, but look at this fight right now that's happening, and Sexi's players, they are in a lot of trouble.
Exactly. I see Boss down, Shady down. In the last match, Boss was the real boss of the fight, but it seems that this time he is faltering. Maverick is trying to spot the player. He's trying to take 1v1 down, but no, it seems that he has done maximum damage. A player comes in, but on 1 HP, Allian takes one down, but a reinforcement comes into the play. But Ultron, he is just knocked off, and it seems that all those 4 players are going to make an exit, and in the very first of the match, in just 4 minutes, Seksi is eliminated.
I mean, talk about it. Like, right, last game, this team had 5 kills overall. Right now, they have 4 altogether right in the start, in the beginning. So they are looking forward for a really big number. And hey, you're at the first position. Once they get that number even higher for themselves, they are not going to stop. And they would love that in their own momentum. And that is what they're doing in a really, really good way, with all the players surviving. But look at Ruins' Island. That's where you'll see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like a lot of teams just onto that side. That means a big fight might just come out on their way.
Exactly, and as you're mentioning, we can see 4 or 5 teams are trying to rotate from the Tambang and Painan side, and I'll be really waiting for these fights to actually erupt. And as we were talking about the split of DC, this zone can be helpful for them because Deadline is still holding the stronghold of Bootcamp, and Flash and one more player from DC can actually hold the players and actually gatekeep the situation for those teams, those who are trying to make an entry from the Camp Charlie area. For that, we have to wait for a moment.
They can actually, just go for that. But the thing is, right now they just arrived onto boot camp, right, which was totally empty previously. So had they already been here, I mean, they could have had their loot all together, because you know, right, all the players were kind of distributed amongst on different areas. But talking about the airdrop, you could see an AW in the first airdrop, and obviously it's a really good thing to have. But onto the maps of Sanhok in the end circles, I don't know how you would want to use it.
Exactly, and obviously, map of Sanhok, we don't see much of DMR and bolt action. But Ocean, what's your favorite drop gun? That exclusive weapon, that luxury that you would love to hold in your hand?
Well, I would say so. My meta has been a bit weird. I use MK14 alongside AWM. I don't know why. I just like to take risks.
That's brilliant. MK14 with M249 or maybe M416, as you say, the double-edged sword, the gun with a beast incarnated. Yes, that can be done. But for now, it seems that the area of Nakam is not actually going into the favor of team number 22, because they have to make an entry into the zone that is 600 meter away, and these all are the areas, mind you, that is not into the zone. And once they make into entry, the biggest question is which team is gonna gatekeep them or not. But for now, it seems that Team 17 is just trying to take the players down.
Yeah, it is. It is just, looking forward to this one. But that car 98 was looking really good. But onto the sides, he missed out an opponent that was just, onto the other direction. But talk about DC, right? Again, so these players have this area for themselves, and they'll have to just, guard it down right now. They don't have to take up any fight. All they have to do is defend this area and then move forward with the circle wherever the circle just, moves towards its own self. We still have to see
Yes.
how these zones just, constitute for the players, because previous game, not that good for a few teams. And in the previous game, 10 teams started off the match. Now it's 13. Obviously, one team got eliminated. So it's chance for those teams that did not play the previous match to come back, to play it good, and maybe just to, gather more and more points for themselves if they want to. Obviously, the
Exactly.
more the teams, it will be getting them to more and more points, and the competition obviously is going to get more fierce.
Exactly. The more the teams, the more players, and obviously the crumbling of space will be much more, especially when the zone makes a shift. But let's talk about the team DC that obviously didn't have a very good game. For now, they have the area of boot camp. We saw a little while ago onto the visual, onto the screen. In last match, they did some mistake. They were trying to make an entry from the zone, from the northern side, and they were actually punished because they didn't use any utilities. So we haven't seen much teams using utilities that precisely and that wisely. So it becomes important actually, if you are making an entry into zone, you have to pop in the smoke just in order to impair the vision of your enemies.
Yeah, I mean, you obviously, have to go for all those things. If you just, are looking forward, either maybe for a revive, you have to pop in a smoke, maybe for the fake smoke wall, you have to pop in a smoke. Those things kind of happen. But right, you need to know, alongside smoke, you need a potential cover, because the bullets, they go through the smoke, right? So you'll have to go
Yes.
for a potential cover onto those moments and momentums. If you'll have to, get the fights right in your own way. 8x, right? You remember the previous game that they had? It was a decent game onto its own matters of ups and downs, the first fight as well. But right now, they have the players. Right now, the only thing they need to have is the circle. They might have it as of now, as they're just moving forward. But after that, they'll have to have the fights in their favor as well.
Exactly. For now, we have just got one team eliminated for now, and apart from that, the match is still passively played, and it's still coolness and calmness into the tropical rainforest, which we don't like to see as a viewer or spectator. But the second airdrop, the Groza, is on its way with obviously the level 3 kit.
Yeah, I mean, it has every thing that you would be, just needing to dominate for yourself. But all right, now the circle's just coming up. It's not going to damage you a lot because it's the first circle, but the zone just shifting down. And this zone is going to go to the 10-minute marker. After that, we're going to be seeing the next circle as well. And with that, the shifts are going to be happening. If the shift goes to the left-hand side, the final circle, it will be consisting of the shorelines. But otherwise, the circle should go to the right-hand side. But, we have seen those water circles lately a lot of times. And with the water circles or the shore circles, it becomes tricky for the players to just, move forward. Because if half of the zone is in water, the thing that comes down here is you don't have the proper land area to fight. You might have to swim in water if you're the last person surviving, and that means you're not getting those skill points.
Exactly. Players then crumble for the space, but it seems for now that TES, after eliminating Seksi, they have made an entry to the Camp Alpha Island. And not just securing 4 points from the fight, they also made their path clear. And that is a thing that has actually gone into the favor. But it seems that 4 teams are trying to make a convergence onto the trilateral junction.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. But as of now, we still have to just, look forward, because the central lines is where you can see the constitution of the teams just moving up from boot camp to Tatmok. There are a number of teams onto those areas. So maybe, I mean, these fights are going to be catastrophic, and we might just see like 5 or 6 teams surviving by the end of the 5th circle. But right now you can see how TM and TES, they are being taken down. But no, TRE has been taken down as well. So it's a trade that has been happening. But onto the other side, another player goes down by a QBC from afar, and that's a really, really good spray. But TRE, if the team goes down, it might be a really, really troublesome situation for these players.
Exactly, and it seems that Foxy has no idea that FTC is also trying to make a move onto TES. Had they had these players read these kill feeds, he would have surely known. But for now, Brekar has obviously confirmed the kill of obviously TES. So it seems that TES, those who were looking very strong in the start of the match, they are trying to retreat, as Alian and Lovely are making a back move.
I mean, this is the RNG of the game, right? The randomness that the game just brings out to you, and you can never just, move forward, because the first randomness is the circle. The second one, wherever you can find the players, you'll have to try and take them down. If they track you first, they will try to take you down first as well. That's how it just, works down. But right now, TRE, they have 1 kill. They have done the damage, the potential damage that they needed to do. And now it just comes down to one thing as for how they will be moving up onto these fights for themselves. But, well, it still just, goes down to one thing. If there's a third-party situation or something, they would love to get more and more kills. You can see an airdrop going on to the right-hand side. We'll have to see what comes down onto that, as we have seen a Groza and AWM into the airdrop. The next one is right out there with Bootcamp and Paradise Resort, and there's no team around the airdrop except for DC. That's in Bootcamp.
Maybe an M249 bought about the deal in this third airdrop, Ocean.
Well, if it comes down to that, it's going to be a weapon that if you start firing the 100 bullets in the correct form, you can take down 2 or 3 teams by the end of the fights. And alongside that, with a ghillie suit, that's deadly. That's deadly.
Yes, and as you said, the poetry of 100 bullets. And let's see who is gonna write a very good script, a very good poem for them. For that, we have to see which team is gonna approach towards that. But for now, it seems that the drop has equally cut the line between G69 and DC, and it seems that none of the teams are trying to make a move towards the drop. But I'm still interested in the fight between the Ash, FTC, TRE, and TES. Look at those players; they have retreated very much back.
They knew if they have to just, win this one, they'll have to be as careful as they can. But all right, well, Psycho, he has his crosses here. He has his crosses here. He has his crosses here. And all right, that was a good knock. Just with a few bullets, he did a good job. And now he's going to be just going for the enemies here that he has spotted on the players onto that area. But the enemies are the ones that will have to go for the revives as soon as they can. Now let's see what these 3 players can do, because he knows it. He knows it. If they have to rush, they'll have to rush in a smart way, because an open area and a rush, you might just not be good with that.
Exactly, and not only that, cause the circle has given a third shift, you might also attract different teams and from different directions. So you have to be very much careful, cause in this map of Sanhok, we have seen in the past the number of sandwiches position, the number of backstabbing that has been inflicted. So you have to be very much cautious about these things, keeping in mind. But it seems that TRE after that knock, they are not going for a slam in.
Yeah, they are not. They were not going to go for this one. Yes, the right-hand side shift has just arrived right now. And this is where, we'll have to see how the teams just move forward on from the left-hand side. Because they might have to cross the bridge or they have to swim. So it's going to be a big gamble.
Exactly, but 8x has been out of this game for a long. For now, once they were against 9TM, but the way both of these teams have parted way, that's brilliant, and you expect these maturity in the early half of the game. And obviously, Ocean, I am very much excited for these fights, because in 1 or 2 minutes we are gonna witness some bloodshed, some graveyards that gonna be dug on this map of Sanhok.
Yeah, for sure. We'll have to, just see that how it just happens. But right now, with the teams just moving up forward, they'll have to make their way inside the circle. Because after this, the circle is going to be, just, biting them. So we'll have to see how the things move forward. But right now, Revival is just coming up.
Exactly, and a perfect gatekeep situation is being trying to be implemented by the team of Scary. But for now, it seems like DC is also securing the kills from the other hand side. That means they are in the sandwich position. But Envy, they are moving forward with a Vector, with a Thompson. He takes one player down. Daddy is down, and within a moment, all of these players are eliminated, and we saw some kill steals also being done there. So Envy has to be very much cautious here, because they can be also onto the crosshair of other teams and other players.
Yeah, exactly. If it just, goes down to that. But Clone Devil, the players have to move up on for themselves as well. They are just 3-man squad, third circle just coming up. They'll have to just, they are taking around every corner for themselves if they want to move in a really, really easy way. But let's see how it just constitutes as they are just moving up forward. They don't have any team right in front of them, which is a good sign. But once they move inside the circle, will that remain the history? But look at this. Envy's players have been spotted on by DC's players, and they just want to go for the sprays if it just comes down to it.
Exactly, they can be spotted on. It seems that DC is trying to make the most of it, cause Headline was trying to make a headway and an opening onto the players of those who are on the backside. But for now, 4 different players deployed on the 4 different directions. This is a brilliant strategy. 1 player onto the shorelines, onto the backsides of bootcamp, and other 2 players are closely holding the compounds. And it becomes very crucial not to lose the stronghold of bootcamp, because this is still in the circle. And mind you, many teams are trying to make an entry and are trying to approach towards the city of bootcamp.
Yeah, teams are just, looking forward for themselves if they can just take up those fights. But now with the swims that are coming up from the players of Envy, they'll have to swim as well. But they have spotted on the players. They know the zone's coming up. They know the zone's damaging them. But they are ready to take that damage as of now. If it just, helps them survive a bit longer onto their own sides, if it comes down to that. So now Envy, the players will have to look forward. How they play this one, it's a tricky affair.
Exactly. If they have to go into zone, they have to anyhow suppress the player of FTC. But if FTC has to make an entry to the zone, they have to suppress the player of Ash. So the hunters get hunted. That proverb can be executed in a while, as you say in your word of Ocean Sharma.
We'll have to just see that. But this is where the circle is, the Paradise area. Look at G69 in the center of the circle. If they defend this area right, if they defend this area in their own way, they can get the game. But look at 8x and DC. I would love to see that fight happening.
Exactly. If DC has to make an entry to the circle, 8x has to be suppressed by them. It seems like, yes, a plus sign. That means DC is now suppressing. And you know what, Ocean? This fight is gonna be concluded in a moment. But one more team was trying to wisely make a rotation from the right-hand side of this fight and obviously avoiding this fight. But Joker caught in the open. He is taken down by 8x Harry. Harry has been playing splendidly well in the last couple of matches. And for now, Harry is also trying to take, just surviving barely on 1 magic pixel. That is deadline.
Well, he is surviving out there, but Harry, alright, he has a pan in his hands. He's going to throw the pan. No, alright, he has an M4 right now again. He knows that the players are out there. He saw them going. He has a level 3 helmet in the west. That is a really, really good sign. But now he can take one more down if he tries to go for it. But no! From the other side, it's Ash players taking down Flash. And Harry, can he survive onto this one? 2 players surviving. Harry is still out there. He knows that the player is right next to him. That AK that he has in his hands with a red dot, he can do a lot of damage with that one, but right now he has to stay out here. But look at that, just getting those kills. But now Harry goes down. All right, Hellfire is taking him down from an off angle, but now he gets spotted. And now will that MK do the damage and the job? Right now, the revive has to just come in, the reload has to just come in. It is going to be a really difficult job, but we're on to the other side, takes on one player, and this is end against Deadline. And this is where DC has to go out because a marvelous clutch coming out from the players of 8X, and Harry got a revive as well.
Exactly, and the same mistake that we saw in the last match. DC was trying to make an entry into zone without any smoke, without any utilities popped in front of them. The same mistake. That means they didn't learn the lesson from last match.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't call it a mistake as of now, because, once the fight is in that fighting zone, once you're, looking really fast with the momentum,
Exactly, and some of the teams are trying to make an entry from the western side of the zone, that is Envy, and after that fight, it can be an easy game for Envy, but still Ash is still waiting there holding the compounds, and FTC is also there. But we can see a split from Envy, that is Absol is holding another angle, and it seems that FTC are on the back foot as Envy, as they are trying to make an entry to the zone. They are inflicting the maximum damage onto FTC. Exactly. And yes, some teams are also trying to make an entry to the zone, but a central shift, that means G9 is still in the zone, and this is the moment where most of the players will be taken down by the zone. Envy Ahmed goes down, Seksi Pistol goes down by the brilliant spray coming in from the Ash. That means Absol and Hash are the only 2 players surviving from this team. But I see in a very difficult situation, FTCs are still trying to survive as Emerge OP is the only man surviving. But one by one, Envy is trying to steal all those kills. But once they make an entry to zone, Ash is still waiting for them and to welcome them. A nade is lobbed onto them, and Emerge OP takes him down.
Emerge OP still, being one with the nature right now, just dropping onto his own knees, but is not stopping at all. He knows he wants to create chaos. He's just moving up forward, or it will be taking that loot from that the crate for his own self. And after that, we'll have to see, how the fights just constitute for this individual as he's outside the circle. Fifth circle is going to be a really tough and tricky affair for him, but Nonogi, he has to move forward as well. He is moving up. Toxic from the other side takes on Johnny as well. So many kills, just so many fights happening. 9 teams surviving as of now. Let's see how these fights constitute as with some teams. You can see right out here as there are some teams that have no kills for themselves, no kill numbers, but they'll have to just constitute for those kill numbers for themselves. All right, now the zone is kicking in, and 19 players. Last player, he goes down, does he not? Oh no, he does not. He is taking the players down. He did the damage. Harry has been taken down, and he actually leaves the lobby as well.
Exactly, and Harry has been eliminated, but Muju has also been eliminated. He was knocked down by another player, but G9 Toxic continuously coming into the kill feed. That means G9, we saw a central circle shift, and they had a very strong hold of the zone, and this is the time they are just trying to wreak a havoc onto the other players as they are having a very good zone cover. But for now, QRF, that is trying to make an entry to the zone from the other side. From the eastern side, one more team is trying to make an entry, that is Clone.
Yeah, I mean, with this one, we'll still have to see, how the things just move as, again, in the center of the circle, G69 still just out there. The players are there, and they, again, have to hold their ground. If they can do it perfectly, they can have the game for themselves. Just like, we talked about it. They have no team behind them. All they have to do is just stay in those houses, stay at that area and get the best out of it. Spidey, I mean, he's on low HP. He needs to heal as soon as he can. But look at QRF's players. They have 2 kills. They are 3 men surviving. They are 3 men strong right now. They have to take all the fights for themselves. But if they cannot, in this moment, they have to understand that they are outside the circle as well. If any one of them gets knocked down, no revival will be given to that person.
Exactly, and that's just because they are playing in a very much split. And one team I like to bring to your notice is that G69. Those who are having the zone in the maximum form, they are also in a very big split. Look at that split. So what do you think? How is that gonna help them, especially in the map of Sanhok? And while we say this, Augie takes down one player from QRF. That is killer.
Well, he is doing really good for his own self, but now it just comes down to the revive. Oh, it's being given. But no, he's putting up a bandage first. All right. Well, that's nice. Now go for the revive. Okay, another bandage. Okay, that's nice. Now he's going to go for the revive. And, okay.
No.
All right. Well, he did not go for the revival. That's that's what we saw. No one saw that. No one saw that. Well, now talking about the next fight, right? Top 5 teams surviving, 9 players alive, and 13, 12, 11, 10 seconds later, the circle's just gonna come in. G69, just like we talked about, right? They had the circle, they have the zone, but can they defend this area? The team clone is right behind them. 8x is weird. Last player surviving is just out there, and Assassin. You cannot forget this lad. He's on the top of the mountain. He's just out there. Is he going to go for the heal battle? Is he going to go for the heal battle? Sounds like it. He might just go for the heal battle right now as the zone is just coming closer to him.
Exactly, and we saw the teammate dropping in some first aid. That means he can just go down for the heal battle. But for now, it seems that Spidey has rightly moved to its surface, and it seems that Toxic will be taken down in a moment as Devil, with a long spray coming in with the help of Uzi. Had there been an M416, he could have been taken down very, very easily.
Well, it is true, but as of now, Toxic goes down exactly, and he might as well be finished, and yes, he will be, but Assassin, look at him surviving. The way this guy is surviving is a miracle. Again, he is in top 4 right now. He needs to heal right now. Augie, oh, he's on low HP, does not have any first aids, will have to use only his painkillers and bandages, and Devil's out, just out here as well. 2 kills onto this guy. Oh, that was a good grenade by Adil. Takes down Diab, but the thing is, the revive will not be arriving, but now he's going to go for another grenade, but Devil just moving up forward, spots on 1, but the HP is low, has just 5 bullets, will have to go in the cover, and Victor from the back inside, no one saw that happening. Devil, he needs to go for the revive and or first aid for himself if that happens, but look at Assassin, look at this guy, 3 first aids, using an energy drink. It's a 1v3. Can it be a death from above situation as the circle just coming up over the zones hitting him? Zones doing a lot of damage onto this lad if he clutches out from here. He is going to be the god of this map at this particular moment. It's a 1v3. All the players are surviving versus that one lad who can be catastrophic from the upper direction. Has Assassin spotted down 1? Yes, he does. He takes down 1, but the zone's doing a lot of damage to this lad. It's a 1v2. He drops down. He spots another one. He does. Augie's out there with his own gun. Victor, 33 bullets, but Assassin is down right now. Spidey is going to go for the revive, or is he going to go for the clutch? Oh, that's a good grenade. Alrighty, that's a good one, but it is going to be on to the other side. But look at this, he spots another one down. He can take him down. He can. It's a low HP. Augie's on low HP, but Assassin does not know as his own HP is low as well.
Exactly, and with that final fight, Spidey takes him down, but you must give credit to the player of QRF, and that was Assassin. But yes, a chicken dinner coming onto the way of one team, and this was a game we were waiting for. In the last circle, 9 players, 5 teams in that small circle, a brilliant chicken dinner.
Wow, that was amazing the way that game just ended out in its own self. Kudos to Assassin for surviving for that long of a while, and kudos to the circle just for showcasing those hardships with the players. You know, the zone played with the minds of the players.
Exactly, those mind games at the last moment, but the way Assassin was trying to keep his mind cool, you need to give him the compliment. It deserves actually that, because at one point of time it was seeming that he could have been taken down, he could have gone down by the zone, but the way he was continuously popping in that smoke and using that first aid, and finally he was going into that fight because he knew at one situation, I can take this match for me, and eventually he took one player down, obviously brought one player down with 40 HP, but finally he faltered at the last moment, but credits must be given to him.
It must be. It must be. The way these fights just happen. I mean, no one would have been ready for those fights altogether. It happened as all of a sudden, and somehow we just saw one of the most brilliant Sanhok matches that there could have ever been. But well, it still comes down to where these players stand after this one game. I mean, talking about the match rankings, right? How these players showcase their own gameplay for themselves. Assaulters looking really strong, and Envoys, all right then. Look at QR Force, right? They had less number of kills, and that's why right now they are at the 4th, but they finished at 2nd.
You know what, Ocean? Assaulter, the name is Assaulter, but they have just 4 kills. But assaulting has been done by Envoys and especially Team G9 because they secured a total kill of 9 and 8, and that's very decent number, especially if we talk about the map of Sanhok.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But if just we look forward to it. NB Futuristic. I mean, NB was not playing the previous game, right? So now once they just come back, we'll have the momentum did shift away from them. They had good kills, but the placement point marker is what they could not make their own. But talking about the other teams, you can see DraCula, Nightmares, and TeamTES out here onto the 9th, 10th, and 11th position. Team Scary also got one placement point for themselves. But after that, every team, I mean, the teams were just not looking that good. But this is just for this one game, right? You can have good games and bad games altogether. The upcoming games might just, make or break your momentum if we just have to look forward. Because after this is going to be the last game for Group 7. Exactly. And that's going to be the map of Miramar. And we might as well just see those snipes, the snipers coming into the actions. But, there were so many good moments that happened into this game. And let's have a look at the Oppo moments to constitute so as to how the fight started and how the fights happened.
Exactly, and this was the first fight where that happened in the area of Tatbok, I guess, and Hatin was the area, and Seksi were actually taken down in this fight, and TES, those who got the chicken dinner in the last match, obviously emerged victorious in this fight.
Yeah, I mean it's how it just move forward. But talk about the players still using Vector in the final circle. I mean, talk about the turn of events with these players. But look at this, Harry. Once he started taking these fights, I mean, obviously 8x won this fight, but at the cost that the players were taken down. They got a revive, but it kind of just takes away from your time of gameplay. And this is where Harry was taken down. But after that, 1 moment later, the player did go down. So many fights just happening in these areas, and all of it a sudden. After this, you'll see the final skirmish happening from the top of the hill to the downsides, and so many teams just going down.
Exactly. QRF didn't have that zone, but he had all the willpower. He had that magic thing into his hand, but finally he did falter. But kudos to the guy from that team. But TES, after an early exit, I'll call it, but they obviously secured 4 kills from that, and that's just because of that they have secured 66 total points. That's 7 more than Futuristics, and they are still holding the #1 position.
They are, but if you look at Envoys or maybe Futuristic X, one good game can actually take them to the first position. It's not that far away. No Sympathy, they would like to just enter into the top 3, and for that they'll have to have a really good game for themselves. I mean, we can see the chicken in the numbers. It's just with Team TES and Futuristic X. But on to the other side, 8x and Nightmares, they're also looking really good. I mean, G69, NV 36 points for them. Then 8x comes down with 32 and Nightmares with 31. It's a close affair at the 7th and 8th position.
Exactly, and if we especially talk about this group, these groups don't have a much of point difference, as we have seen in the earlier matches that early groups has the point difference. So any team, any good match can actually propel them and help them shoot up their total points, and they can actually topple this group. But I don't see DraCula in this group. That means DraCula has shifted to the 8th position to 11th position, and this is not looking good for them. But they must not be obviously discouraged because of this fact, because one more game is still left and there is not much of point difference. As we see, Assaulter with 22 points, QR Force 2 with 21 points, DraCula with 21. So there is just 1, 2, 3 points difference.
Yeah, that's true. But with this chicken dinner, Assaulters is just moving up forward, because that 15-point jump, it's a big jump, given that they have total 17 placement points. That means out of those 5 matches played, this game was really good. And if they continue this in the last game, if they can continue this in the last game, they might enter top 7, and that is where it all is, right? That's where the storyline is moving forward to.
Exactly, and Assaulters are the only team that are holding that chicken dinner mark in the second half of the table. If we see from team number 9 to team number 16, they are the sole player. That means they are competent enough. They know how to pan out their matches. They just need to hold their nerves. And one more good game. Maybe a hashtag 2 position, hashtag 3 position, and 8 to 10 kills chicken dinner, and they have the ability to go in the top 7.
I would not want to go for the 8 to 10 kills because obviously, we have seen the teams not getting that much number of kills in the top position just because of one thing that, the other teams, they try to shut their opponents down
Yes.
as soon as they can. So it's not a big kill affair altogether, but still they are trying their level best to get as many kills as they can. There are a few teams with 8, 9 kills, but they're not getting the chicken dinners. It's also because of the
Definitely.
aggression that they're bringing to the table. The aggression, it's just out there, but it's not, getting that chicken dinner. Maybe in the next game, it might as well just, go down to that chicken dinner. We'll have to see how the next game just pans out. So for that, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, don't go anywhere. We'll see you after this.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Welcome to Karakin. Today, let me guide you on an in-depth understanding of this 4-square-kilometer humble island. Before stepping into Karakin, you may have already heard about the intimidating Demolition Zone. In Demolition Zone, buildings will be destroyed into smithereens. But rest assured that today's tour will be a safe one. Karakin might be a small island, but the textile industry of the island works as a crucial financial support for the entire island. Our first attraction is Al Haik. Al Haik is a medium-scale town, and people who lived here refined pigments for a living. Then those pigments will be sent to Quettaknigh for dyeing. Skyscrapers are scarce in Al Haik. Compared to other urban areas, there are fewer visitors here, which makes looting easier. It's a perfect choice for a team of 4 in search of adequate equipment supplies. We'll be walking by the sea, and our next attraction will be Quettaknigh, which serves as the port of importing raw materials of Karakin. Imported textiles are dyed in vats filled with multiple colors and distributed to the factories. If you want to choose this place as your landing spot, then it's recommended that 1 to 2 players in your team land in the containers area, as they can easily find combat supplies here and head to the city to support their teammates. In the middle of our journey to Al Habar, we'll be passing by an enclosed warehouse. You will need to use sticky bomb to blast the walls that look less solid to get in. There's always something nice in here, but be careful, as one might not want to hide behind those walls during combat, because those unmaintained walls can be easily penetrated with just a touch, making you susceptible to attacks from enemies and exposing you to dangers. The next stop is Al Habar, which is the largest urban area in Karakin. There are many residents, hence the numerous high-rising residences. No doubt this place will be a popular spot in the future. Our next attraction is the port city of Bar Shahir, which stores and exports goods of Karakin. This is the perfect spot to search for weapons, making it my personal favorite. Next up is the city of the West, Bashara. It was a city congested with residents, with tall buildings providing convenience in observing the surrounding movements. Just make sure not to lose your directions here.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I
Hello everyone and welcome back to Pubgmobile Campus Championship Pakistan 2021, sponsored by Oppo F19 Pro. My name is Ocean. Alongside me is Ankit. So Ankit, so there have been two games.
Yes.
I want to ask you, what do you think about the momentum of these teams? Like, how is it shifting? Because in one game we saw a team getting chicken dinner. In the second game we saw the same team starting off on a really good note, getting those 4 kills. After that, getting in their own ups and downs. So how do you feel about it?
So let's talk about the momentum shift. And so TES must be discouraged with the way they panned out for the rest of the match. But let's talk about TES. TES took a very good fight against them, and the biggest positive they could have drawn from the fight in the map of Sanhok, that they eliminated Seksi, not just with the 4 points, but with all 4 men strong. But they somehow were caught off in the rotation in the later half of the circle. So it can be churned down to one thing, that if you have taken one fight in the initial stage of the match, let's be passive and let's try to make the most of the situation, and let your 3 to 4 men, let your 3 to 4 troopers actually go down to the last circle, and then the game comes. Because we saw obviously one team securing that chicken dinner in that final game, and obviously that was Assaulter that won the chicken dinner with 3 players in the last circle. So we have been consistently talking about the importance of men advantage, and there one team faltered, that was QRF.
Yeah, I mean, but don't you think this might be a crucial thing for the map of Miramar as well? Because talk about Erangel,
Especially.
right? Compared to Miramar, the first circle is a bit smaller in Erangel. In Sanhok, it's even more smaller, right? So in maps like Miramar, the longer rotations around the circle can be a really good thing as compared to the other maps, and that's where the players might want to just move forward. And we'll talk about
Exactly.
Miramar, right? We'll talk about Miramar once the match will be live out there, but we're gonna take a really short break and we'll see you guys after this.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Welcome to Karakin. Today, let me guide you on an in-depth understanding of this 4-square-kilometer humble island. Before stepping into Karakin, you may have already heard about the intimidating Demolition Zone. In Demolition Zone, buildings will be destroyed into smithereens. But rest assured that today's tour will be a safe one. Karakin might be a small island, but the textile industry of the island works as a crucial financial support for the entire island. Our first attraction is Al Haik. Al Haik is a medium-scale town, and people who lived here refined pigments for a living. Then those pigments will be sent to Quettaknigh for dyeing. Skyscrapers are scarce in Al Haik. Compared to other urban areas, there are fewer visitors here, which makes looting easier. It's a perfect choice for a team of 4 in search of adequate equipment supplies. We'll be walking by the sea, and our next attraction will be Quettaknigh, which serves as the port of importing raw materials of Karakin. Imported textiles are dyed in vats filled with multiple colors and distributed to the factories. If you want to choose this place as your landing spot, then it's recommended that 1 to 2 players in your team land in the containers area, as they can easily find combat supplies here, and head to the city to support their teammates. In the middle of our journey to Al Habar, we'll be passing by an enclosed warehouse. You will need to use Sticky Bomb to blast the walls that look less solid to get in. There's always something nice in here. But be careful, as one might not want to hide behind those walls during combat, because those unmaintained walls can be easily penetrated with just a touch, making you susceptible to attacks from enemies and exposing you to dangers. The next stop is Al Habar, which is the largest urban area in Karakin. There are many residents, hence the numerous high-rising residences. No doubt this place will be a popular spot in the future. Our next attraction is the port city of Bar Shahir, which stores and exports goods of Karakin. This is the perfect spot to search for weapons, making it my personal favorite. Next up is the city of the West, Bashara. It was a city congested with residents, with tall buildings providing convenience in observing the surrounding movements. Just make sure not to lose your directions here. Our final destination is the cargo ship, located at the southwest corner of the map. This ship has been idle here for forever, and has already been abandoned. Yet there are still goods that remained here. However, due to the gigantic size of the cargo ship and the containers, this place no doubt becomes a place to rumble. Don't you feel the excitement already just thinking of it? Besides these urban areas, Karakin also houses many such little buildings. Rumor has it that there's another passage beneath these buildings, as well as a huge space beneath Karakin. Well, it's up to you, believe them or not. Alright, your Karakin tour is now closing its curtains. Looking forward to seeing you next time.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello everyone and welcome to Pubgmobile Campus Championship Pakistan 2021, powered by Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag book up your fun. My name is Ocean. Alongside me is Ankit. And so what are your expectations for this one, as we were just talking about Miramar, right?
So let's just hope some teams won't be caught off in the rotation for now. But talking about rotation, we have the flight path onto our screen, or to our TV screen, from Campo Militar to ending towards the southern side of Ladrilla. That means Hacienda del Petron, San Martin, Pubg, Picardo, Graveyard, La Cobrera, Crater Fields will be in the glidable area. But Los Leones is a bit quite far away. And I'll be interested if I see early squabble onto the city, the big city of Los Leones.
Well, we still, have to see how it just constitutes onto the fights as the teams are dropping down. Envoys onto the sides of Campo Militar, NS onto the sides of El Azhar, 8X onto the sides of Torre Amada, and what treatment is with the players of Team Ash and TC. Well, they're also dropping down, so a lot of fights will be happening really soon. But in these kind of circles, right, if the circle goes down to Los Leones, La Benita, Picardo, Chumacera, those areas, then teams will have to move south. If the circle stays onto the northern side, teams will have to stay there. So many things to just, look forward to.
Exactly. Having said that, if the circle takes the southern rotation, that is taking Los Leones as its center, I'll be interested the way 8X is gonna rotate, Envy is gonna rotate, cause they are onto the very northern side of the map, that is onto the Torre Hamada and Campo Militar respectively. But for now, we are still waiting for the circle. Let's see in maybe 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and yes, circle takes a western shift.
Well, it's a decent one, because this is where you'd see the players of Team Seksi. They are inside the circle. They don't have to rotate.
Exactly.
And this is where you can see the players of Team FTC. They are inside the circle. They don't have to rotate. TES inside the circle does not have to rotate. So 8X, NV, NS, and Clone. These are the only 4 teams outside the circle. Otherwise, every team for now is looking really good and is looking like without any tension as per se for themselves.
But it seems Clone can have some good party times, as if they rotate to Los Leones, if they avoid the fights from Seksi and TES, they can make an exit into the zone quite comfortably. But I'm very much interested. The cluster that has developed actually onto the city of Hacienda del Petron and San Martin, and it seems that we can see some early fights. That means a viewer's delight.
Well, we will have to look forward to that. But Assassin and his teammates are looking forward onto the Hacienda del Patron, house of the boss, as people like to call it. And that's where the Golden Mirado is as well. 968MS. That's quite unique on its own name, but we'll have to see if he has the best ping just to take up fights for himself. Assassin, just starting off with their own loot. Every player is starting off with their own loot, and this is important, right? In the first circles, you need to get this. You need to get this because this is the thing that starts off with the momentum onto the ongoing fights.
Exactly. And you know what, Ocean? Last time this team QRF played with 3-man roster. They are 4-men strong. So adding one more player and obviously filling the full quota that is of 4 player that this game allows you to be, this can be really helpful for them. Because the last match we saw, because just because there was only one player left from QRF, they faltered and they perished. Had there been one more player from their team, the things could have been different.
It could happen. It definitely could happen a lot different right now. Oh, the place is dropping down. You can see the HP going down once that drop did happen. So that's a potential amount of HP just going down. But it just, goes comes down to one more thing, and that is no fights are happening as of now in these close quarters. So you don't need to worry about your HP bars going down, or maybe those fights that might have happened otherwise had there been any other team or something. So every player, every team is looking forward to their own loot for themselves, and then maybe just looking forward to the movement if that happens. But right now we still have to see how this moves forward, as the circle again, El Pozo is empty, Mont Nuevo is empty, a part of Los Leones that's inside the circle is empty, and that's where the players of Team Clone can rotate from.
Exactly. And as you rightly mentioned, Clone, if they rotate from Los Lunas, and it seems that they would make a rotation if the Ideal gives a call, it can be a good rotation from them, because I see no teams out there, but we'll have to wait for that once the circle contracts, and we'll see once in a moment that if the circle contracts, let's see where that circle goes. But for now, it seems that Team 8X are still looting those compounds, and obviously one more team that was on the Campo Militar side, they need to have to make an early rotation because zone is very far away from them. But Diablo is very close to Team number 21, and it can be soon taken any moment down if he spots any pixel.
It can be really, just as we were talking, and Creepy gets that knock point, so they'll be enjoying those kills if, they get more and more and more, and Curious players, they are looking good as they got their first kill, and the first kill of the lobby, if we talk about it. 12 teams still surviving right now, 43 players alive as the game has just started. First circle moving on to its own sides, as you would see the blue circle will be coming up really soon, and Scary Hunter, he's just out here. Again, all these players moving forward for their own fights.
So I'm surprised. We were expecting a fight on Hacienda del Patron, maybe on Monte Nuevo, maybe on Los Leones before the start of this match. But the first blood is drawn onto the city of Power Grid. So this is amazing. And as we talk about the RNG and the randomness, these all things are random. And we can see G9 and Scary sitting in the dead smack center.
Yeah, they are just out there. But right, we still have to see how these fights will be moving forward, because 8X, I mean, they have started off their own rotation. Envy has started off their own rotation, but they might, they are separated on their own paths, as 8X is moving from the La Cobreria side, while Envy is moving from El Azhar side. But I would love to see what happens if the skirmish comes down to these two teams, because they have been on their own paths really good, really dominating. NS, remember the first game when they came down to top 5 with just 2 players surviving? That was a really good survival strat from these players. Plus TES, can they get their third chicken dinner? So many questions to be answered.
Exactly, and for that we have to wait for a moment. Can TES get the third chicken dinner and the second of the day? But for now, it seems that Ashes Eve Red is still looting the water treatment area. A change in that icon with a vehicle obviously on the sign onto his name. That means he is soon gonna make a rotation. But for now, it seems that 8x and Envy are still trying to get into the zone. But I'm just waiting. Why 8x are still there? For a moment, it seemed that 8x are going to make an entry, but it seems that they are just trying to clear out the area, clear out the ways, just in area, just in a way if they don't get caught in the rotation. And this is a good move from them.
Probably we'll still, have to see how they take up the fights if the fights just, don't come to them in the proper way. So 8x somehow, if they start making up their own momentums of the game, they can just go for those fights. But Z69, right? Previous game was a decent one for them. They had the circle for themselves, the center of the circle. This game, obviously, they are at a really good area inside the circle, more than ever. But will the zone be shifting towards them? My gut say yes, for a while the circle will be shifting towards them, but after that they'll have to move forward for sure. But NS, all right, these players, they are still struggling against the circle. As you can see, the Mirados moving forward, the Buggies moving forward onto the roadside, and they are moving in the circle as well right now. But for how long? Like, what time will it be taking for them to constitute inside the circle? And that is where you can see, and this is all players all alone. Like, they are together, but they're in different vehicles.
Exactly, but for now it seems that they are not. They should not be very much concerned about their position, cause for now they are holding the hashtag 4 position with 41 points. So even if they lose any sort of player, they are still in that driving seat. They have the luxury to actually get those chip damages from out of the zone, cause they are sitting on the hashtag 4 position. But you never know; any team can topple you at any moment. And talking about that, we saw G9 a moment back. They are just 3 men roster, and with an exit of one player, that brings just 2 men down. So in a situation like this, I think the players need to play very cautiously, very precariously throughout the last
Ooh.
zone of the match.
Well, yes, I mean they do need to, right? But it just comes down to how are they going to be just taking it up forward for their own self. Well, AUG in the first airdrop right now, and AUG with the 6 time obviously an incredible gun to be used if the players
Yes.
want to use it for the long range sprays. I mean that's necessary. That's needed in Miramar. You need to have a good scope, a huge scope for yourself. Plus, you need to have a really good gun. Airdrop guns are obviously one of the most prime choices for the players just to move forward. Alongside that, we can probably see a few maybe Car 98s, M24s, AWMs if it comes down to the bolt action spectrum, or maybe if we talk about SKS or something. Look at that, 6 times being taken down by the players. So yeah, the scopes are needed.
Yes, and for that, teams are actually rotating their vehicles and obviously trying to recollect the loot as much as they can. But for now, 1400 meters they have to make into zone, and I'm talking about the team Envy. They had some decent games, and Envoys are sitting onto the third position for now. But no, sorry, Team Envy is actually on the fifth position with 36 points, and some teams are actually sharing the same point tally. So they need to have a good game for now. For now, it seems that they have to make a rotation. From the looks of it, it seems that they would make a rotation sooner. But one more team, NS, is trying to make a rotation from the through the last side, and we haven't seen any more fight, any more players taken down apart from that one early pick off of the game, and we are into the 10-minute circle. The clock is still ticking down. Any moment, it can be a 11-minute circle.
Yeah, I mean, in a while, obviously the clock is ticking down right now, and the second circle has started up, just moving on to its own momentum. This circle is going to be taking 90 seconds to complete its own round, and after that, the players will have to just see and look forward to how they rotate. But look at Toxic; he knows someone's coming really close to him. A good throwable, a good grenade can actually do damage onto his opponents. That's where Ash is. Like Ash and the team of Ash is and Toxic. He has a grenade in his hands.
Yeah.
He is going to be lofting up, but the thing is, the grenades are coming to him as well, and now he knows his decision might not happen his own decision, as his opponents were doing the same as well. Well, Admire has come down to the backsides right now, switching on to the guns. Rio's out here as well, so we'll have to see how the fights just move forward, as this is the king of the hill situation.
Exactly. In this King of the Hill situation, which team emerges victorious and which team adds a crown to the feather, a feather to the crown, sorry. For that, let's see. We have to wait for that. But for now, it seems that King has taken a very huge amount of damage. He's trying to hold himself back behind the tree and make a cover with that open truck. But it seems that he can be taken any time down. For now, two Molotovs have been precisely thrown onto him, and at any moment we can see an inferno be dug in that area. And obviously, Ash, they are not also overexposing themselves, so this is a very good move from them side. But they don't know that G69 are just 2 men strong, so a good move from G69 can be is to retreat from their fight, because they are aligned onto a team which is 4 men strong.
Yeah, they are aligned onto these areas, but we still, have to see how it just goes down as Envy's Epshops obviously, take down one player. But look at this, they have spotted on the players. The spray is coming up, but the damage is not being done onto the safeties where the opponents are. But now it's time to just rush onto that house. I mean, they have all the 4 players surviving. They can rush into that area, but look at the circle going to the sides of Montenuevo.
Exactly. Montenuevo, obviously, this has become a hotbed of the fight. But since we see a short map on the right hand of the screen, look at those number of teams that they have to make an entry, because Circle has made an extreme northern shift. That means all the teams from the eastern side, for example, NS, Clone, Seksi, QRF, these are the all teams that have to make an entry. But you were talking about the zone. Ash has its stronghold.
Yeah, they do have their strong hold for themselves, but now it again, goes down to how the fights are going to be just moving up forward with the circle, as the zone is just, shifting up away from the players, and no one would be wanting it, right? No one would be wanting to see that kind of a shift if it's happening, but it is how it is. And with that, the teams onto the right hand side, I mean, they are moving up onto their own momentum, but no, Allian takes down the daddy onto that situation. But the finishes might not just come in. But again, there goes another one with Lovely just, going for a really good spray.
Exactly, Lovely did take one player down, but it seems that team number 13, that is of TES, they just need to test their momentum, and they are carrying with a huge confidence. But no! Prince goes down, and it seems that this is the moment TES is gonna make an entry. But no, Allian has been taken and has been picked off. But obviously, Hannah comes with that rescue for his team, and in a moment one more team is eliminated, and from now onwards we can see some graveyard being dug onto this map of Miramar. This barren land is gonna be a hotbed of contestation in a moment or so.
We started off with 12 teams. We are down to 11 teams right now. The first team elimination did just happen. Well, Toxic, he knows there's going to be someone onto the upper side. Obviously, they did come back from that fight onto those areas. So he might have to reload his weapons and then just, look for a quick peek if he wants to. He's looking forward to it. He might as well do a bit of damage, though. Well, that has not been done as of now. We'll have to see how the damage just constitutes onto the fights. But all the players still surviving, still staying safe for themselves. But Ash's players, I mean, I would love to see how they rotate from here. All right, they're not taking up any fight as of now. All they need to do is take up the wise decision, and that is to move forward onto this area. But the circle is on Montenuevo.
Exactly, but you must need to give the compliment to the guys of G69, because they have been successfully able to keep the players of Ash on the because they haven't made a push onto them.
Yeah, that's true. But NS, okay, the team has reached down to the areas of Montenuevo, and they are right close to FTC. But NS, they always, try to play the game like 3-man squad for themselves. And in that, they try to have a good game. All right, this time they are obviously 4-man squad. But the thing is, with this team, they'll have to just, keep them 4-man strong till the end. If they are not able to, things might just go really bad for them, because you need every bit of a manpower that will be available out here. And now the circle goes away from the sides of Montenuevo to the left hand side, and this is where I was talking about, right?
Yes.
369, the team where they were looking really good for 2-3 circles, but after that the circle moves away, and now team has to rotate. This is where Envy is looking really good. A, they have the circle, and B, they will be enjoying an airdrop as well if they can go for it. I mean, Ash is just right around the corner.
Exactly, but look at that. Western side is completely barren, is completely empty, and no contestation is seen onto that. Meanwhile, on the eastern side, we can see many clusters erupting, but DC, they can make a good move. Seksi, they can make a good move, because they can then get the cover of all those riches that are available, and we know how those riches can be beautifully played on the western side of Montenuevo.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. That's true. We still have to, have to see how that just constitutes. But right now in this place, they have spotted down one player. But all right, we'll let them go. We'll let them go. We'll not want overcome it onto a fight. That's a really good decision, a really wise one. But now, if they see someone else, they would want to dish out a lot of damage. If not to the player, then obviously to the vehicle that they are moving forward with. Alright, a K9 with 8 times is going to be a really good weapon if they just want to do the damage. But still nobody home. But Toxic onto the other side takes down Joker with him. That's a really, really good decision.
Exactly, but you know what, Ocean? I'm still waiting for those DMR action. I'm still waiting for those Car 98 or Mosins or OMS action. I'm just waiting the moment the heads can be popped up. But for now, it seems that Zeus are cutting off the rotation of Clone's player.
Yes, they are. They would have wanted to, right? And that's what they are doing up as of now. So that looks really good and looks. And in their own way, as for they had to take up the fight. But now on to the areas of Mondover, Alian is moving on to the back end side. Devil and Spidey are just out there. Spidey is onto the back side of the wall, all right, so he won't be seen. But now he's just coming up. Alian waiting for the perfect moment, waiting for it. Spots one down, can take one down as well. And yes, he does. But Hellfire's onto the backside, and that's from DC though. But the thing is. He has done critical damage to the opponents, but his own teammate is down. So they'll have to think for the revival. And I think revival will be given to his teammate.
Exactly, damage has been done and damage has been inflicted onto the players of 20, and Clone Devil is still knocked out in the open. And obviously revival becomes crucial, but obviously if you are in that open situation, if you are not sensing actually that players are around you, you have to be very much cautious in this map of Miramar, because as the circle is still constricting on a regular basis, we have seen that 4 circle has taken a shift. That means more less space and more fights can be erupting. But this hill was a contestation of an area between Ash and one more team before this, but now it seems that 8X is trying to get a better half of this hill, and G9 are actually out of that compound and still trying to hold the place of this mountain.
Yeah, I mean, this mountain kind of just, because we saw a lot of initial fights happening onto this mountain as well. And that was G69 and Ash as of that time. But now at 8X and G69. So again, it comes down to the throwables. If you can just, dish a lot of damage with the throwables and then take up the fights. But look at this. Muju from 8X wants to move forward. All right, he comes back from one direction. But Toxic is still onto the other side, just using that smoke for.
If Ash are actually hearing this shots, they must be, and they are, because they are not very much far away. They can actually third party this situation. This is a 2v2 classical fight where Toxic is trying to lobby a nade onto Harry. If that goes down, yes, he connects, and one player is down. That means only Muju is surviving, and that's the sole player from 8X. If he's taken down, we can see one more elimination, one more team taking an exit from this lobby.
Well. I mean, that is happening slowly and steadily. I mean, G69 is looking really confident with their own fights, the fights that they are loving as of now. King and Toxic both are in their own momentum, in their own way. They are loving it, and they wanted these fights to happen and go in their own way. They got 4 kills, but now let's see how the things move forward for the other teams as where the circle is. 9 teams remaining, 20-minute marker, 5th circle moving up. This is going to be a disaster for a few teams if they don't make their markers correctly. And now the sprays and the smokes, but hey, nobody home.
Exactly, and while we were witnessing a good fight between G9 and one more team, we saw Seksi being eliminated from this lobby. So a Holocaust situation, a calamity has already struck Seksi, and they are not looking good because they are out of the lobby. But for now, team number 15 are just trying to hold this western half of the circle, and there are very much teams, numerous teams that are trying to make a rotation. But for now, it seems that G9 King is not stopping, because total 5 kill has been secured by this team as a whole.
Well, they are just out here, but they have to spot down the players. But look at this Reaper. He knows he has a cover. Will be using a smoke to his cover to initiate his cover even onto a better area for himself. Well, Brekar is also just moving up forward, but QRF from the backsides. Do they know that danger lies ahead of them? They do not know. As a good Growth's usage coming up from the Pleasant has no low HP. He might as well just go down. He has been spotted. He will be taken down. Assassins out there. 968 is also out there. But looks of it, the players are in a lot of trouble as Assassin and 968. They were 4 men strong right now, but as they look forward, they are just 2-man squad.
Exactly, but one good thing, Assassin, the sole player surviving in the last match of Sanhok, is still there. That means he can still inflict the maximum damage, and he has always stood up when the team is in the most dangerous situation. When most odd against have actually struck that team, he has been there to lift that team. And for now, it seems that Assassin is still there, and with one more of his friend. And obviously, yes, we can see in that roster 968 MS is still there, but no! The moment we are talking about that, Brekar takes him down.
Well, on to these areas, you can just see the fights that are just constituting. But look at the next circle. No teams inside the circle as of now. There are a few teams on the edge of the circle, but the finishes are coming up. And now it just goes down to one thing, and that is who can hold their grounds. I see Envy looking really comfortable onto their areas, but can they hold it for themselves?
Exactly, two teams are actually looking very comfortable. One, as you rightly mentioned, Envy on the eastern half, and Ash are also looking very comfortable. But also, kudos to the guys of G9. The only two-man roster, they have come a very long way.
They have come up a really long way, but look at Toxic right now taking down the players of Ash and Envy as well. So many teams against Ash, and that, by the looks of it, Ash has been taken away from the lobby.
Exactly, and 2 kills, obviously 2 or 3 or 4 kills maybe they have secured, so they are looking very strong because they have the ridge, they have the I think one more compound is there, they have the covers, they have the zone, and they are 4 men strong, and this can be a game for Envy as 3 kills are already registered onto their name. Meanwhile, FTC Reaper is burst down from the vehicle. One more player goes down with the help of vehicle, but no! Zeus is already knocked out.
Come on. This Molly obviously is damaging him out. Oh my god, he did not realize it. The Molly did do the job, and now the AWM in the hands of Absor. He will have to just take the players down. Has 4 bullets, might have to reload later though. But now the thing that comes down here is that they have to revive their one teammate. They did do that, and now with 5 kills, they want to gather more kills. 4 teams remaining, 3 teams remaining, 9 players alive. TES is looking back forward onto their 3rd chicken dinner if they can get it. Envy wants to have their own marker, and G69, a team of 2 players right now that came so far not to lose at all. This is the storyline right now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls.
Exactly, and this can be hell of a game. This can be a Reaper, and I'll be more interested to see how G9 would actually create a roadblock for Envy to move into the zone. For now, all the 3 teams that are surviving till the last match of the circle are into the zone, and the drop falls into between them. That means if team number 13, that is of TES, if they want to come, which is not likely to come, they have to pop in some smoke, but they can have those luxury weapons. For now, it seems that they won't come, because this could act as a bait, and then team number 14 could actually secure some of the important kills.
Somehow you can see the players, the teams just, this is going to be a 2v3, v4 situation as of now, with Envy having their players onto the most suitable form for themselves, as they are really close to the next circle as well. TES is trying to get inside the circle. This is where G69 might be in a lot of trouble, as those 2 players, they might not make it inside the circle, or they may, depends on what kind of monstrous gameplay they can just bring out here. But look at this, Brekar goes down, and so does his helmet. His helmet was taken down. Absor takes him down with that AWM headshot onto his own self. The revive is being given out, but now he knows he does not have to peek. And now Absor and his teammate are looking forward onto the backside just to take down the players of G69. If they just, try to move forward, well, Brekar, he got the revive, and now G69, the players are just out there, but we'll have to see how those players are going to be making it. But look at that spray. That was a good spray. Well, lovely spray coming down. Did take him down through the smoke, though. But now it comes down to how are the players going to move.
Exactly, a very good, a very lovely, a very accurate spray coming down, but no, Absor with a trade knock on to Brekar, and this is the moment they are trying to make an entry into the zone, and just because of that, Hanna has a point where they can actually take the players down off Envy. For now, one more player is still knocked in the open, and this can be a game for G9, as they are also trying to approach from the back ends, and Envy can be backstab at any moment, but Hanna secures the kill of Ahmed.
Well, this is giving G69 the time to move forward as the players are fighting against each other. Envy, the team has been taken down to 2-man squad. G69, can they perform the most brilliant clutch out here? They are taking those kills. They are taking those kills. They are loving those kills. Well, Toxic has been taken down. The circle is just coming out right now, so it's going to be a lot more damaging for the players. We'll have to see how this just goes down. As Envy, they have two players, Astro and Pistol, still surviving. And Pistol takes down Toxic. That means G69 has one player surviving. That's going to be King. That's just out there. He knows Pistol's location. He knows Pistol has to move forward. King, he is just out there waiting for the right moment for himself. It's a 1v2v1 situation against the players of Team Envy. There are two players with 1-1 for themselves. But look at TES, 12 kills. 12 kills. A monster number for the players with one lad that's surviving, having 6 kills of his own somehow. Can he get more kills? Can he get more kill numbers for himself? While After trying to look at every direction. Well, Envy's one player has been taken down. It's a 1v1v1 affair. And onto this, he has been spotted down as well. And will he be taken down? Look at this. The spray just regulated onto him, onto the smoke side. Apshaw with that molly, it might as well just be a really good molly as the kill confirmation has come down. It's a 1v1. It's a 1v1. TES is out. TES is out. Envy versus C69. King is out there. Apshaw's out there as well. King has to move forward from an open area for himself, but will the grenade do the job? Somehow it did do the damage. So King, how forward can you survive? How long can you survive with the next circle coming in less than 10 seconds somehow? 8th zone. Apsaw versus King. Did he get anything from that airdrop? Did he get a really good weapon from that airdrop? It's gonna be a question to look forward to. Whilst Apsaw using 3 smokes for his advantage, but one good grenade
This can be
might
good.
as well turn the game for his own self. Grenade and the molly. Apshaw, he knows it. He knows it that his location is compromised onto this. He has an M249.
Oh, yes.
King has an M249 to win this one. 100 bullets. They are not going to be over soon. They are not going to be over soon at all. Plus, the thing is, King is inside the circle at this moment. He's inside the circle. This 1v1, oh my god, it's going to be a really detrimental one. But Apshaw, his location was compromised. He did go out. He is out in the open. But King does not know that at all.
Exactly. Abso has to come in zone, and this is the moment when M249 will come into action. 1-1 fight, and yes, King emerging victorious. G69 coming up with that chicken dinner, and as rightly mentioned by Ocean, this is the game. This is the game for G69. A brilliant game coming up, but also kudos to the guys of TES. What do you think? How many T points they are gonna secure after that humongous gameplay? Because we saw 12, 10, 10 to 12, maybe 13 kills from them. But this was a ripper of the game. The last game of obviously group number 17. That was phenomenal.
King was the last king to survive onto the areas of Miramar. But Will, talking about TES, I would say, 22, 23 points for them, and that's a big number. Given the fact 12 to 13 kill points and 10 for the placement, right? That's a really huge chunk of number for them. But talk about Envy as well. They came, they saw, they tried to conquer. They were so close of conquering. But well, if we talk about a team that was above all right now, G69, 2 players surviving right from the sides of Montenuevo. They were there. They had to get this game, and they got it in the most perfect way. That airdrop was the one that just got them a really good chunk of everything for themselves.
Can we say that airdrop actually served the platter, that chicken dinner for Team G69 for them? Because we have seen some brilliant action in the past with that M249. We have seen wonders being done. We have seen some havocs being wrecked. But this was the moment that G69 would love to cherish for them.
Exactly. We would love to see how the points and everything just constitute out here as the match ranking with G69 24 points, TES 23 points, Envy 20 points. A really high game for these 3 teams. A really high kill game, a high fragging game for these 3 teams right now. As if we just look forward to this, these 3 teams have 30 kills altogether combined.
Exactly. And if we converge all those 3 teams, it closes down to 67 points. These 3 teams, that's massive. That's humongous.
That is indeed a really good number for these players, just because they were moving forward with their own gameplay. No Sympathy, meanwhile, they got a good game for themselves as well. But talk about the other table. That's where Assaulters is a team that got a previous game for themselves in a really good hand. Now the team went down to 10th position, so again faltering down. It might just be a tricky affair. 8X, Seksi, and Envoys. So these players will have to just move forward once again if they have to.
Exactly, and these were the things which are actually talking about. If in one game you get the chicken and you need to hold the momentum. If you don't get those number of kills, you can obviously ask other players, obviously three to two players to go for those placement points. But here, assaulters actually faltered down, and not just assaulters, team like 8x, Seksi. These were also the teams that just were able to secure 1 points, and this is gonna hurt them cause they are just done for all the three matches for the day.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely going to hurt a few teams if you just look forward to and talk about it. But the way the match has just panned out, this one match, I would say for Group 7, some of the teams would not have been ready for these kind of an affair. Like, talk about the number of kills that these teams got. Talk about the M249 finish that these teams got. Talk about the 1v1v1 in the final circle that these teams got. So I don't think so that the players would have been ready for this. But, well, they got this. And I would say everyone would be happy by seeing this game, because now, again, I would like to talk about it, right? We talk about underdogs and whatnot, but no one is underdog here. Everyone is showcasing their immense talent, and we can see that by the Oppo F9 intro moments.
Exactly, and these were the fights where rotations were actually caught off, where Team 25, that is of NS, were looking very strong. Clone, I expected a good game coming up from their side, but anyhow, they faltered. But G9, man, oh man, they right away from the right side of the bat, they were able to take some player down. They were actually able to suppress the push that was coming in from the Ash, and then they took a successful fight and finally went down to the zone. But let's talk about TES that are actually onto our TV screens. But obviously this was an unnecessary outing from QRF. Obviously they were caught in the open, and you just cannot afford yourself to go out in the open, and this was the final fight, Ocean.
Yeah, but talking about the overall rankings, right? Look at where TES is. That's a significant lead against their opponent, 67, 89. That's a big lead. G69, well, they are looking for themselves in the top 3 with 60 points for themselves. Envoys with the 57 and Envy with 56. These teams are looking really good. 33 points for 8x, and Nightmares is out there with 31 points. A chunk of difference in the points from 6th and 7th.
Exactly, 6th and 7th we can see close to 19 point, maybe,
Yeah.
let's see. But from 33 to 31, the point difference is not so much. But as we were talking about, a very good lead, a lead of 22 points, and TES gonna have enjoy the hashtag 1 position for now. But not to forget, Futuristic X have just played 5 matches strong. But let's head across to the second half of the chart, where we have DraCula on the hashtag 9 position with 29 points, and Assaulters with 23 points. So any of these teams like QR Force also can make a comeback in the top half of the chart, because the lead is not so much.
But look at it this way, right? Assaulters is the only team with a chicken dinner as in,
Yes.
and is in 9 to 16, right? And they had one good game, and that too with less number of kills, and they have 18 placement points. That one good game got them 15 points. So it's a matter of ups and downs for how they are looking forward to something else coming their way. Because right now, from this, what they're gathering for most of them is going to be a good momentum and experience of the campus championship. That's what they are gathering. If they don't qualify, I mean, it just still comes down to one thing, and that is they did dominate one lobby, and that's a really, really big thing.
Exactly, but if we take out that one match in which they secured chicken dinner, that brought down to that they just were able to secure 3 placement point in 5 matches. So they just need to work on these placement points, and after all, they have not also so many kills. They just have 5 kills, and that is just because of their maybe on the second half of the chart. But if they are able to secure chicken dinner, why aren't they on the first half of the chart? For this question, they need to seek an answer.
They will have to, right? They will have to. Every team out here will have to just look forward to how they just move against their own gameplay, because there are a few teams. Like a really, really consistent example of is going to be the team at the top, DES. They are looking really good. They have had really good games for themselves, and I would love to see more of this team in the upcoming other tournaments and the competitions as well. Because if a team can be this good with their own gameplay, they know how to just turn the momentum for themselves and get the best games for themselves. Well, we were done with the Erangel, Sanhok, and Miramar. Now it just comes down to the other upcoming games. They might just bring the same thing, or might just bring even better domination, maybe.
Exactly, we are done with all the 3 matches of Team 7. The opportunity are exhausted for them. They have to wait for a while once all the matches comes again for them. But with this, team number 8 will be in action with the same map rotation respectively, but we have to wait for a moment.
Well, yes, I mean they will be out there, right? But we'll have to see how Group 8 just constitutes for themselves. They are looking forward what the Group 7 was doing, and with that they also know one thing, and that is how the rotations, everything was panning out for the future competition. But now they have to look forward to their own competition, which will be coming right in front of them in a while. And with that, it's just going to be a matter of seconds, maybe a matter of a few minutes to see how those matches just fan up in front of them, because I would love to see some other 1v1 or something like that happening, because that was a fight to be seen in a lifetime probably.
Exactly, and at the start of the match, we saw Boss going down, doing that 2v1 in a situation where it seemed that he can actually lift his team. So these are the fights, these are the teams, these are the young guns, the hot blood, as we say, and this is the moment they can actually showcase their performance. And in the last some of the matches, the previous matches, we have seen some team doing 1v3, 1v2 situation, and we can expect the situation and things going in their favor if that comes out. For that, we'll have to wait, because the same thing will be happening on the maps of Erangel, Sanhok, and Miramar.
Well, we'll have to see how that happens, but you guys don't go anywhere for that. We'll see you after a really short break.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Welcome to Karakin. Today, let me guide you on an in-depth understanding of this 4-square-kilometer humble island. Before stepping into Karakin, you may have already heard about the intimidating Demolition Zone. In Demolition Zone, buildings will be destroyed into smithereens. But rest assured that today's tour will be a safe one. Karakin might be a small island, but the textile industry of the island works as a crucial financial support for the entire island. Our first attraction is Al Haik. Al Haik is a medium-scale town, and people who lived here refine pigments for a living. Then those pigments will be sent to Quettaknigh for dyeing. Skyscrapers are scarce in Al Haik. Compared to other urban areas, there are fewer visitors here, which makes looting easier. It's a perfect choice for a team of 4 in search of adequate equipment supplies. We'll be walking by the sea, and our next attraction will be Quettaknigh, which serves as the port of importing raw materials of Karakin. Imported textiles are dyed in vats filled with multiple colors and distributed to the factories. If you want to choose this place as your landing spot, then it's recommended that 1 to 2 players in your team land in the containers area, as they can easily find combat supplies here and head to the city to support their teammates. In the middle of our journey to Al Habar, we'll be passing by an enclosed warehouse. You will need to use sticky bomb to blast the walls that look less solid to get in. There's always something nice in here, but be careful, as one might not want to hide behind those walls during combat, because those unmaintained walls can be easily penetrated with just a touch, making you susceptible to attacks from enemies and exposing you to dangers. The next stop is Al Habar, which is the largest urban area in Karakin. There are many residents, hence the numerous high-rising residences. No doubt this place will be a popular spot in the future. Our next attraction is the port city of Bar Shahir, which stores and exports goods of Karakin. This is the perfect spot to search for weapons, making it my personal favorite. Next up is the city of the West, Bashara. It was a city congested with residents, with tall buildings providing convenience in observing the surrounding movements. Just make sure not to lose your directions here.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
पाकिस्तान में पहली बार पबजी मोबाइल का जुनून पहुंचा है कॉलेज कैंपस पर। अपना स्क्वाड जमा करें और अपनी कैंपस की नुमाइंदगी करें। लड़िए अपने विकार के लिए। दाव पर हैं $30,000।
Hello everyone and welcome to Pubgmobile Campus Championship Pakistan 2021 powered by Oppo F19 Pro. My name is Ocean, alongside me is Ankit. So 3 games have happened and now we're going to be moving on to the other 3 games for the next groups upcoming. That's going to be right in front of us. So, let's have a look at the squad rosters for these groups. This is PE Esports Team BFR, Team FTE and Rules Brekar.
Let's see how these teams are going to perform, because ORION, Quettaknigh, YS Esports and Astro X are also the other 4 members of this group 8.
Yeah, and it's going to be Abdul Hannan, Leopards are going to be out here as well. Well, there are 2 teams that you can see. I Don't Lose has been DQ'd and Fyme has been DQ'd as well. Generals is out there, Lost Esports and G4 is going to be out here. So Lost Esports, I will have to see how this team just, plays their game. DESfyme second lineup has also been DQ'd, as we can just see. So now, moving up forward, I would love to see what the match just brings up all together for the players and everyone, because it will be bringing up possibilities. So let's just, dive into the flight path.
Exactly, and the flight path on its way from Sosnomaga military base and ending to the city of Georgopol. That means each and every city apart from Stolber and Kamishki is easily glidable. I am really interested if I can see any fight in the city of Pochinki in this first match for the group number 8. For now, YS has taken a drop onto military base. 17 PKX has taken a drop on Novorupnoy. DI is, it's seeming like they are going to the city of Milta. BFR playing a farm split. K9 going to Primorsk, and I can see some of those teams are trying to converge towards the city of maybe Rozok or School, and that is Gen and DE. But one team has taken a drop on Pochinki. Last time we saw 7th group playing and no team went to Pochinki. But this time there is one more team. But Ocean, what about this circle?
Alright, well, the shooting range 70 circle, obviously these kind of circles try to go to the shorelines, and if not shorelines, well, around those areas. So we'll have to see, how these circles just constitute onto its own self. Rozok is where you can see 2 teams just, pretty close to each other. So we'll have to see, how that circle just moves forward. And now, with everything, somehow the players will have to rotate onto those areas.
Exactly, but I see a cluster. Obviously, 2 teams trying to converge onto the loot of Georgopol and obviously on the city of Hospital. So I can expect some fight maybe, but I'm really concerned about the rotation for teams that have gone onto the southern island, that is of Sosnoka military base and Novosprapnoy city.
Yeah, that's true. But we will, with the rotations and everything, now along to the sides of Georgopol, you can see 2 teams, so they might just go for the early skirmish onto its own self. And the Yasnaz area, you'll see the teams around those areas might just be a bad thing on its own self. But BFR, I mean, that's a strange one, because they have like 6-7 houses there. So like they have 6-7 houses that they can just loot and move forward. But I would love to see what happens once they go to Pochinki or something like that, just to take some fights for themselves.
Exactly, and I am not actually surprised from the teams of BFR, because we have seen some legendary teams taking that drop location in that farm split. So maybe they are just trying to replicate the same. Let's see if they are with some other strategies or not. But for now, Yasnaya Polyana is occupied by the team number 17. Let's talk about the city. You get a very, very, very
Yeah.
decent loot because you have numerous compound, you have got everything. You have got church, you have got prison, you have got compounds, you have got shacks, so nothing gets out of it.
I mean, nothing does get out of it, but still it just goes down to one thing, and that is to see how you can take the fights, because sometimes even the players don't get out of it, and that sometimes just becomes tricky. Meanwhile, the circles onto the northern side, so the players might want to stick onto that area for a while, maybe 1 or 2 circles, and after that, the players would just love to just rush in onto the next circles wherever the zone goes. But right now, you can see the players of FTE just moving forward with their own vehicles in their own hands, and then I guess So everyone, like, kind of they get their own vehicles, like 2 US is what we can see right now. A really good thing if we want to just rush forward. But onto the sides of Georgia Pole, well, 2 teams again.
Exactly, 2 teams, and as we rightly mentioned, Team Native were trying to aggress towards 14, and they are in a split for now. But we can see Mamba very close to all those teams, and the location of unknown, that is from LS, becomes very crucial because he is having and holding that extra bit of advantage, because he can spot the players if team number 14 tries to be in open and can give that info to the rest of the team, and we can expect a good 4v4 fight if the teams try to converge among them.
Well, again, now we have the map right in front of us. Look at the way some teams are rotating. You can see a few players from FTE already just crossing the bridge to stay onto the areas where they know the potential circle can be, like onto the sides of Yasnaya. You can see a few players from Rozhok just staying in the Rozhok right now, because they know obviously they'll have to move a bit north in a while, and they can do that easily. But talk about the teams on Novoripnoi and Military Base. Talk about their rotations, because I would say they'll have to be really fast with their rotations, because the circle, once it just arrives, first of all, it's going to touch them, and obviously it's the first circle, but the damage, it will be done.
Exactly, and at that point of time, it becomes important if you have the meds or not. Even if you have the meds, you are gonna exhaust at least 4 if all those 4 players are gonna use it one by one. But for now, it seems that 2 teams are still on the Novoripnoi and Sosnovoga military base, so they have to desperately make a move if they don't want to find themselves in an offbeat situation.
They do have to make up that move for themselves. But as of now, you can see there's a team in Severny. Talk about the comfort level. Talk about the level that they can just stay there for a while and can enjoy the area for themselves. But FTE is coming really close to them, so they'll have to just be on their toes if they want to take up the fights. If they don't want to take up the fights, if they want to stay in Severny, it's a really, really good thing. And by the look of it, I think FTE is also not going to Severny. They are staying onto the back sides of Severny. There are like 2-3 houses onto the area where you can see those players. But no. Now they are moving onto the inner areas.
Exactly.
So we'll have to see how that just goes. But BFR, the team has started off from the backsides of Giorgio Hill, and now they are moving on to the northern side. So many teams already constituting the northern area, and the Giorgio's bridge is also in the use as the players are rotating onto the northern sides. And now a left-hand turn. All right, but well, that's a good one for the start.
Yes, that's a good start for them, and the best part is they are 4-man roster. And Ocean, we have seen some of the teams joining with 3-man roster. Obviously, if you see 48 players alive, 30 teams, that means if we multiply it by 4, it makes a total of 56. So 52. So maybe 4 players have not still joined the lobby. So it becomes important that if you are 4-man strong, it has to be a strong game for you.
So what's 13 into 4?
52.
Okay.
52?
Yeah, previously I said 56, that's why. Okay.
No, I just corrected myself then and then.
Okay. What's 16 into 4?
66.
Are you sure?
64, sorry. Let's concentrate on the fight that is actually happening on this ridge, where Team No. 23 is trying to take the players down of 12.
Well, if we just talk about the fights right now that are going to be happening, you can see 13 teams still alive with 48 players, and you can see the players are spread around each other, but they'll still have to take up those fights for themselves. And this is where the constitution just comes down to one thing, that is how you can just, take those players down. I mean, Reback is still onto the back end sides. He knows that he has been spotted. His location is compromised, so he'll just have to stay here in a while. But because the thing is, he has a level 1 West, and if it comes down to a shot on his West might as well just be taken down, and he would also go down if he goes he gets spotted.
Exactly, he doesn't have a very good loot actually to save him from this situation. But for now, it seems that Team No 12 is just constricted in that 2 compound. We will come to that fight, but for now, it seems that airdrop number 1 is on its way. The ashes will be coming out of it. The flames will be coming out of it. The red hot flame, and that means airdrop number 1 can be accessed by any team, and that offers you an AUG with cheek pad and level 3 kit.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. But now, with that AUG in the hands, if a player wants to take that, it's going to be a really, really good way to show off your skills altogether. But as of now, we'll have to see how these players just, constitute with their own fights, and how can they just, take up their fights, because there are teams just coming from the back end sides, and now they know it. Now they know it. And the team, all right, that was a quick U-turn just to move back again. All right.
Exactly. They're just trying to back off from this fight, but for now it seems that Team 23 is aligning all together onto a fight, because onto the front side there is Team number 12, onto the back side is Team 21. So they can be in a sandwich situation if both of the team tries to aggress onto them.
Yeah, but now the circle again, goes to the 70 side, and Roselock 70, those areas are still inside the circle. So that's one thing. But look at that again, the military-based rotation again. It's gonna be a lot of time consuming for the players that are coming from military base. Look at that in the blue circle.
Exactly, and these 2 teams were the 2 teams who actually dropped onto the southern half of the map, and this is the thing which we are actually talking about. We see a player being plus, that means he is just knocked down by the play zone, and we were actually talking about this. If you are low on meds, the blue zone is actually going to eat you up pretty soon.
Yeah, it is. But with everything moving up forward, as you can see, no one. Right, I would say, no one has been taken down onto the situation. So we still have to see the first blood coming out.
Exactly. First blood can be drawn in a moment, but some snake in action into this compound. Mamba onto its way, holding that M16 rifle, but a very good split we can see from Team number 14.
Yeah, that's true. But as of now, you can see the players still just moving forward. And with the situation, all right, they're using a perfect cover, good cover for themselves. But their one player is still onto the underside, and they'll have to just, let them be out if they want to just, have this area for themselves.
Exactly. They are holding that area. But for now, it seems that this shooting range bunker is being held out by one team. And let's see how the fights are going to be picked off. But for now, first blood, maybe a knock coming from the side of one team, but Team 12, they are also holding a very good compound from the southern side. One team is also trying to aggress, but is the same team that has gone to Novorupna is trying to aggress, because I see a cluster being developed on the southeastern side, but a nade finishes things off for K9 Chaudhary.
Well, K9, the things are not looking good for them, because they have one more player down. Another has been taken down. Now Tyrant and Ghost will have to do everything for themselves if they can take up a good fight for themselves. But K9, now it comes down to one thing, and that is that the finishers will be coming down. And with this happening, right, the first blood is just out there. We are down to 45 players already, 13 teams still surviving. All the teams are still out here. 12 minutes onto the marker. Somehow, we'll have to see, how the fights just come down to everything, because K9 still two players and the edge of the circle for themselves.
Exactly, 2 players onto the edge of that, but it seems that Yasna Polyana is becoming a graveyard situation for K9, because they are having some good compounds, they are having a good zone, but still they are on the receiving end, as Hannan and Chaudhary has been eliminated. Only 2 players, Ghost and Tyrant, are surviving from them, because 2 players have already been lost, and a centrist shift, that means some teams have to still go into the zone. Sitting at the dead smack center, it can be a game for DES. We can see sitting them onto the right hand of our screen.
The best part is, there were a few teams in Rozhok. They thought the circle's going to go up, and the circle is still in Rozhok somehow. So the teams that went in the fights, now they might just come back. So altogether, I would say we'll love to see how the circle moves forward from here. Meanwhile, with the like right now starting up, these players will have to move forward as well. 750 meters is the distance between them and the circle, and 19 seconds is the time between the circles to move forward.
Exactly. But what about the team of generals? They are still 4 men strong holding that area, but a slam coming in from team number 14 onto the players of 11, and in a moment or two they can be wiped out because a 4-man rushing and marching towards a squad. This is looking fatal and this is looking deadly as one player is still taken down. Babu is holding another off angle. Does Knock Finish has that angle? Does Knock Finish has that info? Because a nade onto him and he can stay but Tiger OP is taken down by Wriggle.
Well, Wriggle did do the damage, and that damage was critical. Now he's using a medkit for himself. But can they just, look forward to the fight that's going to be happening right now? Because Tiger has been taken down, and now Babu's really close. He can take one player down. He does. Switches onto the different gun. He does finish up the player. Now he knows the location of the other players as well. And this is where one more player will go down. He is on really low HP. Can he clutch this out? Yes, he does. He does in a really good fashion. And now Shaco moving up forward. Mamba's out here. But will the snake fight or not? As he might as well go down. But no. Mamba still surviving. Goes for the reload onto his own self. And now with this reload, the players are looking really good. I mean, they are left a 2-man squad, but they are doing detrimental damage, which is important and needed. Look at this. Now, talk about a comeback that these players are coming up with just 2-man squad for themselves.
Exactly, but in this fight, both teams have done a collateral damage. We have to see for that, but it seems that in a moment or two, yes, obviously, Mamba has been eliminated. That was the last player surviving, and 4 kills will be awarded to team number 11, and some positives can be actually drawn out from them from this fight, because not only they have just eliminated the 4 players, they are still 3 men strong and they are still in that zone.
Wow, talk about the circle, right? Talk about the areas that the circle is holding for its own self right now. With the fights that just constituted, I would say every team now knows that what's happening. Every team now knows that they have to be aggressive. Every team now knows that they have to start being aggressive. And they are starting to be being aggressive for themselves. And this is a really, valuable thing for these games. 1 kill, 1 point. And this is what I was talking about, right? This is what I was talking about. So many teams moved away from Rozhok. Now they have to come back to Rozhok. This is exactly what I was talking about.
So Rozhok, we can expect some urban finishes, and obviously the top teams that are trying to make an entry to the zone, it can be a graveyard situation for them, as 4, 5, 6 are trying to make an entry to the zone, and the circle concentric to Rozhok. That means we can expect some lethal deadly fights, as Shoaib OP trying to make an entry into zone has been taken down, and obviously team number 17 is looking strong onto this area. They are having the control of the area, they are having some compound, they are having some obviously loots, but obviously then it comes down to how you take the fight. But one more team is onto the back end, and that is team number 24. 2 players are locked down for them.
Yes, they are out there, but look at this. A stun was being used. All right, but Uzair, what sort of a thing he'll have to do to come out of it? Because you can see Vampire from the other direction. He can take the player down, but the cover has been made, and now he will be taken down as well. All right. Look at Iconic's HP. All right, he has been finished down. And Uzair, how long can you survive? I mean, you cannot, because the backup might not arrive on time, and he will be taken down easily.
Exactly, and obviously he was left abandoned, and the rest of the teams actually tried to aggress into the zone. But for now, maximum damage has been done onto the dem, because 2 players are just surviving without any kill. But team number 15, let's talk about this team. After eliminating 2 players, they have their crosshair aligned onto team 21 as they are trying to make an entry, and Believe takes another knock.
They do have their crosses aligned onto that area, but now we still have to see, how the fight just constitute, as Believe is just out there. But this is where you'll see so many skirmishes just happening onto its own self altogether. So somehow, with everything moving up forward, Bad Boy is just out there, and now with this, I would say, Believe, how long can he survive with Unknown Light? I mean, that's a fielding. That's a setup that they have. That's an impressive setup that they have. And now with this grenade, all right, it's not going to do any damage as it was behind that shelf, but now they have to move move forward. Alrighty. Now they are trying to move forward. Well, with a good grenade of his own, but now there's a fielding setup. They should know it. They should know it that the fielding is out there. But Bad Boy, I guess he is looking on to some other direction. Get into that house. Get into that house if you want to, because they have been spotted and believe will be taken out by Bad Boy because his hand was just out there. All right, no one was ready for it, but Unknown takes down Bad Boy as well. It's going to be a tough affair, but Unknown goes down and BF4, they're still surviving.
Exactly, we are still surviving, but the bigger question is how many more time, how long will this team 13 will be surviving, because Lasher, obviously after reviving that 2 players, he is still the player surviving, but for now it seems that team number 17 is trying to aggress onto them, but Predator comes into the fight back and knocks one player from FRB.
Well, somehow, so many fights just, moving up forward. Paraboy has been taken now, all right, and will be finished down as well. Fyme Predator is looking really good for his own still. Astro Sulmano, and these players are just out here, but can they now just, get the best out of their fights for themselves? Onto this is going to be the 4th circle moving up forward. 19 minutes onto the clock, almost touching down the marker, and after this, 5th circle is going to be out there. The zone's going to damage a lot. Obviously, that's going to damage a lot. And look at the circle. Oh, again, the ships are coming up. Talk about a team that came from military base, did not indulge in most of the fights, still surviving really good. Are at Rozhok. They just have to be at the edge of the Rozhok to get the win. If they go there, they can have this win.
Exactly, but the bigger question is, will they be able to spot, not to let the other team spot them and to enter into the zone? We have to wait for them, but for now it seems that Team 17 are trying to aggress into the situation and try to capitalize onto the goal, because they have got 2 kills after eliminating Team RB, and this is the moment. After eliminating this team, they are going to make an entry into zone, but Team 12 is waiting for them, and as we look at this circle, only one team, 17 PKX, is sitting at the red dead center. Smack center, and from the eastern side, Generals are trying to make an entry. From the southern side, LC is trying to make an entry. From the right hand side, that is the eastern side, 2-3 teams are trying to entry, and this is the place where we saw a very good fight being erupted in the last 5-10 minutes, and we saw some of the graveyards and some of the players being converted into crates in a moment or two, but Generals are being taken down. 2 players straight away eliminated. That means it seems that Generals will be eliminated soon, because only 1 player is surviving from their side.
Yeah, only 1 player is surviving from these sides, but we still, have to see how the things just move forward, as so many fights still just happening, and no one would be, just ready for all these skirmishes that just started off and that are just, still going on, moving on to the momentum of the players. So we'll have to see, how the things just pan down, but right now, with the players of Team Astro, they have the players for themselves. They are at the edge of the circle. They have to get inside the circle a bit to take those fights onto their own self. And I think they have spotted on 1 play. Yes, they did. But did it do the damage? Not a lot though, but it managed them to get that 1 player out of the equation.
Exactly, Astro are looking very strong at the moment, because they are having a very good split. They are having the right ridge, they are having some covers from the US, and the best part is they are 4-man strong. They just have to go 19 meters into the zone, and for that they have to, before going into that, they have to loot all those crates, and obviously with a good loot, with a good number advantage, you can have that chicken dinner. They are sitting right there on the top of our screen, but one team, we can see from the minimap, they are sitting right dead smack at the center. But for now, it seems that one team is onto another edge of the circle. That is obviously team number 12. We can see on the backdrop of it, they are also trying to make an entry, but team number 21 only men surviving. Let's see how many points he would be able to accumulate for them.
Yes, we will have to see how many points they'll be able to, accumulate for themselves as of now. But we are down to 7 teams, 16 players surviving. 5th circle just closing down slowly and steadily. 100 meters is the distance between FDR and the circle right now. But will they be able to make it? Astro is just out there. Panda is out there as well. But look at that. Salman has been taken down onto the situations. And FTE, they are safe onto their own areas, but are they safe enough to avoid all the directional fights that might as well just be coming to them? 25 seconds on the clock. 5th circle slowly and steadily trying to make its own way for its own self, but will it be enough? That's the biggest question right now, as the players have to move forward. 22 minutes onto the clock.
Exactly, but Astro trying to realize the situation. They are making an entry into zone, but FTE, they are being continuously knocked from the other part of the circle because they have their crosshair aligned because of other players, and they have actually been a center of attraction. But for now, it seems that Astro are still 4 men strong. They are trying to make an entry into the zone, and this is the moment. Team number 21, one player surviving can make a match for them. And for now, let's see how many placement points he can get, because only one player surviving, he cannot take much of the fight. But an M249 action into the second last half of the circle, and Astro Panda goes down.
Again, M249 action, once again, just coming down to everything. And we were looking forward to it to see how it just, goes down. And this is what M249 action we will be seeing. But look at Prime Predator using the DP for his own self. The 6 times, obviously, an incredible combination that he is using up right now. So maybe this is going to be a really difficult, maybe a different affair. So let's see how it just goes down. But from the other side, another DP being situated onto him.
But look at this Ocean, team number 16, those who dropped on the military base island, losing one player Shelby, they still have managed to come this long way far. So they have done a decent job. The only thing they can do is, obviously, if Nate comes down to this close, no, it goes to another angle. But yes, they have done some good rotation, but they have their job done to be done. But let's see how they do it. But for now, it seems that their situation is not looking good because they are on the lower side, and obviously they don't have the zone. And Babu from BFR is having all the info where the team of 16 players are aligned.
Yes, they do have a lot of info for themselves, but still, it comes down to the upper area and lower area. And obviously, they are constituting a good upper area, and they can just, do a lot of damage. But look at this, someone else is pointing up a gun onto their opponents as well. Predator, they know that the player's out there. They are trying to pressurize him as much as they can at this moment, and they know it's important. They know it's needed. They know this is how it should be. But look at this again and again. All right, well, FTE does go down right now. The more they did end them. So we are down to 3 teams, and everyone is hell-bent on taking the other players' kill points for themselves.
Ooh, it was so close. Had he had continued the spray, Killer could have gone on, but it seems that Astro 3-men strong holding that, obviously, that watchtower, they can have the match. But can we see some action, some bolt action, as Tarzan misses one shot? If he would have connected, it would have been a very good spot for him.
It for sure could have been a really good spot for them, but it again just comes down to one thing, and that is how can they just make them peak again. They know they're gonna peak, they know they're ready for it, but he also has one bullet, needs to reload it once again. That's what he's doing, and look at this, 9 more seconds and the circle's gonna come up. That means these players will have to move up, and if they move up, they'll be spotted down. So a lot of things onto the trouble for the players. Again, trying to take those shots for themselves.
Yes, but he misses again. For now, 5 kills have been secured by the team, and they have made a long rotation from military base to Rozhok, and now it's the time they are gonna take them down, because Tarzan takes one more player down from GRX Astro, and that is Killer. But in trade knock, Tarzan is taken down. That means some damage has also been inflicted. At that damage, DES have capitalized, and they have secured 12 kills, and in that kills, 8 kill has gone into his name, and he is having that M249. Can he clutch this out situation? Can he bring a chicken dinner for their name and for the team?
We'll have to see, how it just constitutes for its own self, but a good grenade obviously was lofted down. But look at this, just in the nick of the seconds, winner chicken dinner does come to their home right now. I mean, the circle did play its own games, the player did play its own games, but at the end, winners always stay at the top.
Exactly, and with that win, one team would be obviously taking that 15 points, and 12 kill DES, that is gonna obviously shoot the numbers, that is obviously gonna shoot the points total difference, and that is gonna help them propel a very good lead over all the other team, because 12 kills as a team is a very humongous number.
We saw this thing happening in the previous group as well, when Miramar got them 13. Miramar got TES 13 points for themselves.
Exactly.
But now, obviously, this is the next group coming up, and already right from the start, they are looking really dominant with themselves, with the circle playing its own role onto the fights to propel. And we saw a lot of fights happening right onto the northern side, and the circle moving slowly onto the downsides. onto the
Exactly.
non-side of Rozok, obviously, with so many teams just, not getting the higher ground for themselves. So this was a game of a lot of twists and turns in its own self.
Exactly, and with that twist and turns, we saw a twist in the tail as M249 into the action. What a delight! But Ocean,
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask you one question. This Erangel, how it was different from the Erangel that was played by Group 7?
Well, previous Wrangle was, I would say, a bit slow start onto
Exactly.
everything, but then it started to pick up its pace slowly and steadily. But it could not go to the final circle, obviously, because every team was just constituting a good fight for themselves. But this one, we saw so many fights happening right from the beginning. Obviously, we saw so many teams just dominating right from the beginning. We saw
Yes.
the fights go till the final circle for its own self. So that was a good treat on its own self, and we'll see that in the match ranking as well for this one particular game, as this Erangel did bring out a lot on its own self. And DESfyme exactly getting those 14 kills for themselves, 29 points already into the bag.
So again, an M249 into the action and creating a difference between the hashtag 2 position and hashtag 1 position, if we say that precisely, Ocean.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But right now, if we just talk about the fights that did happen, the fights that will be happening slowly and steadily, this is where you can see, so many things just moving up forward with the top 8 teams. But after that is where the story
Exactly.
just changes down. DESfyme is just out there with one point. All right, well, that's a thing. But Abdul Hannan and Lost Esports, so many teams onto the other side did not get any point except for one kill or one placement.
Exactly. And this is a worrisome situation for all those teams that secured 9 to 16 position. And this is also a difference that comes into the play when we talk about the game style, the play style of team number 8, group number 8. As this didn't happen in group number 7 when Erangel match panned out. As obviously from 9 to 16, we saw a point distribution where we saw some teams getting 5 points, 4 points, 3 points, but not obviously all the teams getting at least 1 or 0 points.
That's true. Let's have a look at the open movements as well for this particular game to see how the fights just panned out on its own self. Because so many fights, like
Exactly.
people were not ready for these fights, but this is where it just began. And again, the players were not ready for it. But once they go down, they knew it. Like, the mistakes were made.
Exactly, and this was an iconic fight that happened near this compound, and obviously Team 14 were just pulled down. They were annihilated one by one, and one thing that they do that went wrong, obviously, onto the way that they did a push, but player by player they made a push. Had there been a two-player push or a three-player push straight onto it, things could have been played differently.
It could have been, right? But well, it is what it is right now. As of now, this is what how it just went down. So looking forward to more and more fights in the upcoming games for sure. But with this final fight just ending up as DESfyme, they had their players. I would love to see
Exactly.
the overall rankings to see. Yeah, this is how it is. 68 and 52, a good difference in first and second.
Exactly, close to 16-point difference if my math is correct this time.
Well, yes, it is.
Yes, so 16-point difference separates between Quettaknigh and DES, and that's a good difference. And not just that, DES has just played 3 matches and they have been able to secure 1 chicken here. So that's a brilliant gameplay coming up from DES.
Well, yes, it's true. It's true. But talking about DESfyme, I mean, the players were looking really good right from the bat, right? They look at this.
Exactly.
They have more kill points as compared to the placement points. That's a really big number for themselves just to, have it on its own self. But talk about BFR as well. They also have a higher kill number. Talk about they also have a higher kill number. So these players are looking really aggressive as compared to the lobby, for where lobby wants to just crack the code for how to beat these teams.
Exactly, but there is not much of point difference between the 9th and 8th position as Lost Esports with 22 total points and Rules Breaker. Then it comes down where team number 10 to team number 16 hasn't been able to secure a 2-digit mark. So this is a worrisome situation. But we were talking about Lost Esports are having 22 total points and Leopards are having 25 points. And obviously this team at 7th position, that is Orion. So just 9 total difference point between 7 to 9. So that is not a worrisome situation. They can have a good game, obviously 4 to 5 kills and maybe hashtag 2 position. That can obviously help them up and propel themselves in the top half of the judge, because we need to mention one thing again, that only top 7 teams are gonna aggress for the further tournament.
Yeah, I mean that's true. That's right. Only top seven teams obviously will be moving forward, but the upcoming games are going to be bringing up us some different
Yeah.
story. Probably we'll have to see how those story pans out. So we guys are going to be moving on for a really short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you after this.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Welcome to Karakin. Today, let me guide you on an in-depth understanding of this 4-square-kilometer humble island. Before stepping into Karakin, you may have already heard about the intimidating Demolition Zone. In Demolition Zone, buildings will be destroyed into smithereens. But rest assured that today's tour will be a safe one. Karakin might be a small island, but the textile industry of the island works as a crucial financial support for the entire island. Our first attraction is Al Haik. Al Haik is a medium-scale town, and people who lived here refined pigments for a living. Then those pigments will be sent to Quettaknigh for dyeing. Skyscrapers are scarce in Al Haik. Compared to other urban areas, there are fewer visitors here, which makes looting easier. It's a perfect choice for a team of 4 in search of adequate equipment supplies. We'll be walking by the sea, and our next attraction will be Quettaknigh, which serves as the port of importing raw materials of Karakin. Imported textiles are dyed in vats filled with multiple colors and distributed to the factories. If you want to choose this place as your landing spot, then it's recommended that 1 to 2 players in your team land in the containers area, as they can easily find combat supplies here, and head to the city to support their teammates. In the middle of our journey to Al Habar, we'll be passing by an enclosed warehouse. You will need to use sticky bomb to blast the walls that look less solid to get in. There's always something nice in here. But be careful, as one might not want to hide behind those walls during combat, because those unmaintained walls can be easily penetrated with just a touch, making you susceptible to attacks from enemies and exposing you to dangers. The next stop is Al Habar, which is the largest urban area in Karakin. There are many residents, hence the numerous high-rising residences. No doubt this place will be a popular spot in the future. Our next attraction is the port city of Bar Shahir, which stores and exports goods of Karakin. This is the perfect spot to search for weapons, making it my personal favorite. Next up is the city of the West, Bashara. It was a city congested with residents, with tall buildings providing convenience in observing the surrounding movements. Just make sure not to lose your directions here. Our final destination is the cargo ship, located at the southwest corner of the map. This ship has been idle here for forever, and has already been abandoned. Yet there are still goods that remained here. However, due to the gigantic size of the cargo ship and the containers, this place no doubt becomes a place to rumble. Don't you feel the excitement already just thinking of it? Besides these urban areas, Karakin also houses many such little buildings. Rumor has it that there's another passage beneath these buildings, as well as a huge space beneath Karakin. Well, it's up to you, believe them or not. Alright, your Karakin tour is now closing its curtains. Looking forward to seeing you next time.
Yeah, we got it, we did it! I know you'll be there for me.
I'll always be here.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello everyone, welcome to Pubgmobile Campus Championship Pakistan 2021, powered by Oppo F19 Pro. My name is Ocean and alongside me is Ankit. So, Ankit, what do you want to constitute about the previous match and how do you think that's going to be just, moving forward with this next match? Because obviously the momentum of the teams is going to be just out there.
Exactly. For the first match, teams started playing aggressively, and that is the thing that we are actually looking for. And this is the place where they make their name. So this is the best opportunity. And obviously, the mindset is clear that they are gonna go all guns blazing. And obviously, talking about DES, that massive match, that massive number of kills, that shows the intent for them. And I'll be really looking up for them. And obviously, my eyes will be onto them for this next match of Sanhok. That will be on our ways pretty soon.
Exactly, it's going to be just on our way pretty soon. Just as we'll be just looking forward to it. But I would say somehow when we talk about the matches and the maps that are just moving forward, Erangel, Sanhok, Miramar. So one game starts up with the match that obviously everyone has played and has known from the start. That's Erangel. Then comes a fast-paced map, and then comes a map that just tests your agility against its own surroundings, Miramar. So I would say it's a really good turn of events for the players and for the teams as well to just look forward to their own rotations, sometimes to focus on it, sometimes to not focus on it, and to sometimes think about the hard shift, just like the last game.
Exactly. So Erangel is the match that every player, every competitive player has played the maximum number of matches. So as we say, the great leveler, the great settler is out of the league because that has been panned out, and DES did pretty well to get that chicken dinner. But all other teams also pretty did well in order to secure the kills and all when we talk about that. But as you said, obviously, the map of Sanhok and Miramar will be in action. But before that, let's talk about the map of Sanhok. That will be the next because the tropical rainforest, we will see some snake in action. Obviously, the flight path is out of the context because the map is very short. So any team, any player who want to glide to any part of the map, that is open for you, and that is going to offer them the good loots that they want to secure in the first half of the map.
Yeah, that's true. And in this one, we'll see how it just goes on as Camp Alpha to Lagavis, where the flight path is right in front of us. Kampong, Bootcamp are going to be good areas as well. Paradise Resort, Query. I mean, if the teams want to go out there, they can. But talk about Ruins' area, Ruins, Sami, Camp Charlie, those areas and Pynan as well will be up for contestations. I would love to see if we see a bootcamp skirmish, yes or no. Maybe one team would want to go there. We'll have to find out.
Yes, so last time Group 7 played Pochinki was Baron, but obviously one team went to that Pochinki city. For now, it seems that boot camp will be occupied by D1. Let's see, we have to wait for that once the glide is finally done and the players are onto the land. But for now, it seems that onto the western side, onto the eastern side, teams have equally shifted, and I can see one more team out there. Obviously, they are playing in a very big split, but with this shift, this reminds me of the same shift that happened earlier in this day in this map of Sanhok.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, these kind of maps, it just plays against the players. So this is where we'll have to see how and from where will Paradise's players just move forward. Because you can see DESfyme just out there. They had a really good game previously. Now they would want to make this game their own as well. But right off the bat, if you see a team right in front of you, that might just be a problem. But talking about one of the camps, right, there's also a skirmish, as we can see two teams just right in front of each other trying to take up a fight.
Exactly, and Bunny, it seems, can be a 1v1 fight between Knock Finish, that is the player of ON. Let's see how these fights are going to be panning out, because obviously 4 other players are back into the action. That is Cancer, Scotch, and Freaky Devil. The reinforcement is coming, and Knock Finish can be any moment be knocked and can be get finished.
I mean, those are the two things, right? Knock and finish. Let's see if he can knock off finish or if he gets knocked off in his DPS into the hands, and switching on to a Vector right now. But no, he takes down one. Would want to finish him out as well. He is trying his level best, but no, he gets down as well right now. But well, he did a lot of damage, and he has started up the fight for himself. Yeah, that's a good decision, closing up on that door. But the thing is, look at this. 2 players are down, Cancer and Scotch. 2 players are down. That means if it comes down to it, the opponent team can rush onto them. But no, the revivals are coming up as well.
Exactly, but the bigger question is, does the teammates of LC have the first aid, have the medic amount that can actually help them heal up? For now, it seems that Scotch and Cancer are really exhausted and doesn't have any medic for them, because we know these are the early loots, and obviously in the early loots you don't get much amount of loot, but continuous nading and continuous molly to flush players out, but still going in vain. But a molly comes in, that means Cancer can be any moment knocked down if he doesn't get out of the situation. And with that, yes, LC Cancer is knocked down, and LC, it seems that they are also on the back foot, but a knock comes from Team LC onto ON.
Well, I mean, that's just, how it's just moving forward. But Regal is just out there. He takes one down with him. All right, the fights are not stopping at all as Regal. How long can he survive? He's on low HP, and I guess Bunny knows it as well. Now he just drops down, takes down one with him. It's a 1v1 skirmish for himself, but no, he goes down. And now talk about it, right? All the players will be revived as well.
Exactly, Wriggle showed his back and he was punished in the maximum amount by Bunny. And the best part for LC is that not only they just eliminated 3 pro players from LC, but they are 4-man stock. But one more fight, talking about fights, we are also aligned against one more team, and that is between DES and K9. DES in the last match emerged victorious with a high number of kills. Can they pick this match off again?
Have to see if they can pick it off again, yes or no, with their own self. Somehow, for a while, it just goes down to the fights that are going to be just moving up forward. But look at this, onto their situation. DS, they have a good area, but slowly and steadily the fights might just not be theirs. But FT Osama has been taken down, but DS onto the other side, well, they'll be looking really good for themselves. But talk about this player right now. I mean, Vampire, he's just moving forward onto his own player just so that maybe if the cover is needed. But look at Moaz. I mean, he does not have a helmet onto his own self, and he's just moving up forward. BFR has a central area for the circle for themselves.
Exactly, BFR sitting at the right dead smack center above Query and on the western side of Bar. So they must be enjoying this privilege of sitting in the zone. But one more team, LC, after eliminating that team from Camp Bravo, they must be a high on morale. And let's see how they are going to perform, because obviously they were not on the first half of the map before this. But it seems that Team 24 are really craving for the space.
I mean, that's true. That's true. But so forward, just looking forward to this. We'll have to see how we kind of just look at the players just onto the fights, because again, just the first circle, nothing to worry about. Yeah, we have seen casualties and teams go down though, but nothing more to worry about as of now. So many teams for them, it's going to be finding a good safer area. If they are coming from outside the circle, if there's a team inside the circle, they just have to defend that area. And by the looks of it, I would say some teams are here to just dominate altogether.
Exactly. Talking about domination, DES in the last match domination pretty well, but in this match 2-3 players have been already taken down. But domination, one team can dominate it, be dominated with the help of this marksman 14 rifle.
Yeah, we'll just have to see how that just happens. MK14, a really impressive weapon if it's used correctly. It has
Yes.
multi-purpose use, can be used as an AI in the close range, can be used as a DMR into the longer ranges. So that usage will be just out there. But look at this, all right, the players just moving forward from LS. They are just out there, but Scarlet and Reback, these two players are surviving. They have to find out a good area. They're looking forward onto the areas around boot camp. If there's someone, yes or no, well, they're not gonna find anyone. But hey, it's always good to know about your surroundings and then move forward.
Exactly. So FTE is right now standing at the sixth position with 34 points. So a good game for them can actually propel them and shoot up in the ranking, and they can obviously contest their top 3, top 4 slots. But it seems difficult because they have already lost 2 men, and we know, Ocean, how it becomes difficult for the team to actually aggress into the last zone or last circle of the game unless and until you are G6-9.
Well, I mean, they had their own ways in their own matches, right? Going from to the backsides of the circle, taking all the fights. I mean, it's not like you can't say that they were passive, right? Because they were taking all the
Exactly.
fights that were coming in front of them, and they impressed us a lot with their gameplay. Well, now moving up forward, you can see, and see Scotch is really close to that airdrop. I guess he's gonna go and find out what's in that airdrop.
Exactly, and it seems that they have got the best of the loots from that drop. So LC must be very happy after the fight. That obviously drop loot would actually help them shoot up. But Y is trying to rotate from Camp Charlie to Camp Bravo. PE is also trying to make an entry. Astro, RB, they can actually gatekeep for these teams. But a cluster we can see Sue being developed in the area of Paradise Resort.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is being developed around those areas. I mean, Paradise is going to be a really good area, and DESfyme will have to just, gatekeep their opponents and make them not enter onto these areas. But look at the backsides, like the northern side of Nakam, the backsides of Ruins, Tamang. I mean, that's where a few players are. And again, look at Camp Charlie. This is not the military-based rotation, but the players are still loving to take that.
Exactly, and that was the thing, because these are the teams those who like to drop on the southern side of the map. And obviously in the last match we saw a good rotation coming from one team, obviously that rotated from the island of Susumega military base. But for now it seems that Team Astro. Let's talk about these teams. In the last match, they were actually taking some good fight in the upper side of Drozok, but obviously they faltered at one situation when they were trying to actually get off that place, and they were actually trying to get off that hill and zone. But for now, it seems that they are looking strong. They are having the hold of compound. They are 4 men strong. That's the best part for them.
Yeah, that is a really good part for them. But again, we'll have to see how. They just hold back onto their grounds right now. You can see, look at Scarlet, right? Does not have a vest, only has a helmet and a level 2 backpack, does not have proper meds for themselves to take up the fights. So it might just be really tricky. Imagine if someone just, gets
Exactly.
onto these players and the HP of Scarlet goes really low. It might just be really difficult to just, heal at that moment, because those 5 bandages, yeah, they'll do the job though, but they're not gonna be enough on those moments. But we're down to almost 9-minute 36-second marker. We'll be reaching down to the 10-minute marker, where the first circle will be closing up, and after that obviously we'll be seeing how the teams constitute onto their fights, because there are a lot of teams that have the circle hold for themselves, that are inside the circle.
Yes, and that's a good point out from you. But it seems that Team 23 is also holding a compound, and we can see 3 players holding 3 different compounds, 3 different directions. But Circle makes a shift that 26 meters he has to run into zone. He must not be in a difficult situation, because 26 meter is just some leaps and you are into the zone. But one team, that is Team 16, and we are talking about this team that is of YS. In the last game, they dropped towards the military base island. They anyhow secured their good position and went to the second last circle. And for now, it seems that they are also trying to make a rotation from the Camp Charlie side and from the southern side of the map. So it seems that this is a team that loves to enjoy the southern part of the map, be it be Erangel or be it be Sanhok.
I mean, probably, I mean, if you talk about the certain areas onto these maps with the given right circle, right, you can make your possibilities. But well, we'll talk about that. But right now, you can see, I mean, DraCula has spotted on 4 players. He has spotted on 4 players. Takes down two. Will be going for the finish as well. Well, the damage has been done, and he has finished down one. I mean, Smart will help him out. But now BFI is going to be in a lot of trouble, as they thought what they thought could have been a really good opening for themselves to move around in the zone. Well, it just backfired.
Exactly, as Panda was instant taken down and finished, but Killer 2 kills for him, and he's the player who made the opening. But a precise spray, a very streamlined spray from Killer, and I'm impressed with the way these guys are actually holding on to the sprays and having a great recoil over their gun.
Yeah, I mean, they had a really good spray for themselves, and they obviously, got the maximum utilization out of that, because those 2 finishes were really good. But well, look at this. Panda right now has spotted on more players of BFR and would want to just, take him down. He has spotted on Bad Boy, but the thing is that potential cover of the rock is separating him from taking his opponent down. I mean, his opponent also has a cover.
Exactly.
He also has a cover. So yeah, it looks pretty decent as of now.
Exactly, but anyhow, the team is retreating. That is of BFR for now. But one team, Astro, they secured 2 kills, and obviously with no lost player. That means Panda is still strong. My bad. That means that they are still 4 men strong. But LC Bunny OP is onto the receiving end, as he has been taken down.
Yeah, he has been taken down, but for how long can he just stay here, just survive here for his own self? Because these areas kind of just constitute onto it. Well, 12 minutes plus marker, and this is where, all right, the revive has just come down, and LC. I mean, these players they started off with an explosive blast for themselves.
Exactly.
When they started off for the fights, but now they are reduced down to 3-man squad, and the team that's right next to them is the team that got the best of the best for the previous game. But look at that, they are not stopping. They are taking the players again and again and again.
Exactly, but Scotch is holding a very good angle, but his location has also been revealed, but he was holding a suppressor just to ensure that his location won't be revealed. But with this, it seems that team DES won't be able to make a slam in onto the team of LC, because obviously Scotch was onto that angle, and Cancer, as we were talking about, they are also short of meds. These bandages obviously heal yourself off, but obviously when we talk about the lost time into that particular fight, that is pretty decent.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty decent, but now band is alright being used, but they know that they should not peek once again from that same area. So yeah, they're going to be moving on to the backside. Cancer just focusing on his own movement. As Sulman again just looking really good alongside his teammate Panda, who was shooting on a buggy. Well, the players will be moving on to their own safer side. Second zone just going for the closure on its own self onto the 14-minute marker slowly and steadily. And with that, we're going to be seeing and looking forward to the next circle where it will be. I mean, look at the areas around Mong Nai. Look at the areas around these Khao and Tatmok areas. All right, so the next circle goes on to this. So that means a cluster is going to be forming around Paradise.
Exactly, and this was the thing we were both talking about before the shift, but what about YS? Again, Circle is retreating away from them the way it retreated in the map of Erangel, and I'm actually worried about, because in the last match they were able to make an entry, but this time the teams are pretty much large. There are very numerous players still there to welcome them, and obviously BFR will be waiting for them as they would approach towards that circle.
Yeah, they will be, but oh, do you feel the Ronnie truck just sliding down slowly and slowly? I don't know. I feel that Ronnie truck just sliding down slowly.
Yes,
and slowly.
yes, it
The
is.
truck is
The
going down.
gravitation is actually working.
All right. Well, the players now, again, just moving on to the backside of the rock. They know that the rock's not going to move anywhere. So now they're just, getting those as their covers. But 20 meters inside the circle is where they have to move forward. And they will. I mean, it's not a lot of a distance for themselves. But Zesty takes down FTs. One more player reback. That means Scarlet is the one surviving from that team. So maybe last player will have to look forward to some sort of a fight if that happens. But look at Scotch taking down Astro Killer. Predator goes down by Scarlet. Predator will be finished down by Scarlet. Well, that's one player being taken down onto the fights. Astro Killer will be taken down as well. So many fights just still happening onto these areas, and so many players going down.
So yes, this was pretty much evident as the zone contracts player will crumble for space, and the breathing space that we talk about, it becomes less and less as the zone contracts. For now, it seems that DES has their crosshair aligned onto the players of Generals. Ayub Khan has been given the maximum damage, but with this reback kill has been secured, but DES knocks one player off the Scarlet and has been taken down. But Generals, all players info and location has already been revealed. But no, Musharraf gives a very good fight against RB and takes down Arasher out of the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, that is true. That is true. That's how the fights are still just, looking forward to everything. And that's how you can see the players are just, moving forward onto themselves. Defaulter, meanwhile, spot down. The players can take one down. Almost. Well, he does take the player down. Tika Khan has been taken down onto this one. Defaulter, if you have a good grenade, if he goes for a jump grenade, he can actually do the damage even more onto those areas. We'll have to see if he gives them time to move forward because the revive has just arrived. Does he have something in his mind? Does he constitute something else onto his mind? We'll have to find out in a while when we'll see how he just goes forward for his fights.
Exactly, but I'm impressed with the way Generals have retaliated to this fight, not only to just RB but also to some 2-3 teams. But they have to make an entry to the zone because we can see from the minimap in the right hand side of the screen, they have to make an entry to the zone, and obviously the 4 players aligned for them are gonna help them as DES is taking one player down of RB.
They definitely are. So definitely are taking those players slowly and steadily, just down onto these fights. We'll have to see how it just continues because BFR, all right, the team has been taken down, and somehow, if we just look forward to it, we are down to 10 teams. Whether the next circle right around the corner. Look at the right side. One team is still trying to make inside the circle. Again, it just goes down to that, and they'll have to move even forward. They'll have to move even further inside the circle as they are just looking forward to the zone. Khao, Tatmok, those areas, all right. It has to be a circle onto these areas. And LS, I mean, they are inside the circle. Talking about Cuba, they are inside the circle as well. So Paradise Resort as well. That's where a few fights might just come down in order to move into the circle.
Exactly, and Paradise Resort can be contested when this team rotates. For now, many of the teams have already started the rotation and they have to go in the zone. But Ocean, a bizarre shift and just leaving 2 teams into the zone. This is gonna be hell of a battle.
This is definitely going to be a hell of a battle in its own self, the way the fights are going to be constituted. But well, look at this. I mean, the players are going to be moving on with the buggy in there on for themselves. That means only 2 players can move. Or the third one is just going on to the backside, just trying to find out his own area because 500 plus meters is the distance of the circle. So going all alone on foot, I don't think so. Because 100 meters is covered by you in 16 seconds if you're just moving on in this game. Well, Astro has a gun for himself and obviously a ghillie suit. So a player with a gun is dangerous, but a player with a gun and ghillie suit is even more dangerous. We'll have to look forward to if he does the damage with these 2 things combined for himself.
Exactly, and he has the luxury of snaking himself up and become the most poisonous and venomous snake in this rainforest for now. But LS is on the receiving end as Astro Panda is doing the maximum damage. And obviously, we were talking about Team YS that was rotating from the side of Camp Charlie. They are also being spotted down one by one as Wazir is the only man surviving from their side. But for how long? That's the bigger question because still he has to make an entry to the zone that is 100 meters far away from him, but while doing so he would obviously find some of the players into his radar. But let's see how he is gonna do because Vegeta is very close to him.
Yeah, I mean, he is really close to him onto this area. But look at this again. They are spotting each other down with both low on low HP. Vegito also did go down though at this moment. So now Salman knows that someone else is keeping an eye on them. He knows someone else is looking forward to them. Well, Ashpanda has been taken down. That means it leaves Vegito and Salman as 2 players. I mean, Vegito has also been taken down though. He needs a revive.
Exactly.
And Salman has to move forward. Will he be able to move forward? I mean, the circle is against his will as of now.
Yes, but look at that brilliant rotation coming up from the northeast half of the circle. Well, LC will find themselves up on the edge of the circle. Another shift onto the cow maybe, and they would be easily traversing those area. But LS split. Unknown is sitting in the dead smack center, and Uzair and Iconic still holding the western compound. And with this shift, only one player in that zone is LS Unknown.
Yeah, I mean the things that we are just looking forward. LS unknown, LC. I mean they can also just be inside the circle. They don't have to
Yes.
move a lot. They are pretty close to the circle though, and we still have 8 teams surviving. But look at this.
Exactly.
ACO has taken down one player too. All right, so the finish has just arrived right now. He has 3 kills for himself, and with that the players will have to move forward. Vampire, all right, Iconic has been taken down as well right now into the areas around Tatmok, and the players are moving forward. Praetor goes down. Praetor was taken down from this team, so they have a 3-man squad with 9 kills for themselves. That's a huge number, but no, that's a wrong move. That's a wrong move. That's a wrong move. That's a really wrong move. They are all right. Well, he does go away though. He does go away.
Exactly, and run over by one of the player from DES, those who are having 9 kills. So DES are looking very strong, but Ayub Khan, he should have taken at least a player down, but for now he has to abandon his one player Kakar Khan that is bleeding from the safe zone, and he has to make an entry to the zone that is still 80 meters away from him. But DES, a rotation that could have gone against their way.
Well, a rotation that could have gone against their way. It's still just out there. But Astro, I mean, Salman still surviving. But for how long can he survive, right? He has found out a second way to move inside the circle. Still is not inside the circle though. But somehow slowly and steadily trying to make it inside the circle. Now the circle cuts him down. Now the circle's taking him down slowly and steadily. The zone damage is going to be detrimental. But he spots one player. Goes for it. One more shot can take him down. But no, he will be taken down instead.
Obviously, and obviously the damage becomes very high when you talk about the zone, obviously from the 6th circle. But what am I seeing? Vampire is being taken down one by one, and DES coming into the fight with 5 kills. And the best part for them is they have the circle, they are 3 men strong, and they have a split. That means they know about the zone, they know the info where the players are actually snaking in.
Well, yes, that is true. The way the fights are moving up. But look at this. They're spotting each other down, trying to do a lot of damage. The holographic did, not constitute in the rightest ways though. But still, the damage was being done. But right now, 6 times, obviously, it does the job with another info from the another player. 3 players still surviving for this team. Obviously, they are 3 men strong right now. 6 kills for the team, and they are looking really good as they are getting more and more kills for themselves slowly and steadily. Well, Dick is just out there, and he is trying to just spot another player that's going to be easy. Obviously, he's on to the other side. Let's see if he spots him down.
Exactly, and that's the biggest question. And it seems, look at that split from DES. We were talking about this few moments back, and this is the moment they are gonna maximize their kills. Obviously, they have already picked up 3 kills, but no, DES Shikari comes into action and picks 1 more kill. This can be a game for DES. 7 kills already onto their back. 1 more kill. Shikari takes another kill.
Well, yes, Shigai does take up another kill, but right now we still have to see and look forward to how the fights just constitute right now, because with every movement moving up forward, we'll have to see which team gets the chicken dinner in this one, as we are down to 6 teams and 10 players surviving. 8 kills for the players of LC, but Cancer has been spotted out. His location is compromised. Scott is out there. All right, we are down to 5 teams and 9 players as Uzair goes down.
Obviously, and 8 kills also the number of LC. That means they are also having some good outing. But Tamur, he is holding that shack for a long. But it seems that Unade can do the job for the team. But for now, 9 kills have been secured by DES, 8 kills by LC. So a high fragging match, especially for both the team. And now is the moment. Shoaib is trying to flush off that area with the help of that molly. But no, he needs to know that Tamur is holding that shack.
Yeah, he does, but look at this. Tamur, oh my god, he is in a hellfire, still surviving somehow. He was fine looking onto those areas, but now look at this. He is, Fyme. I mean, these players have the circle for themselves, and they are looking really good with 11 kills. The 12th one might just be out there in the open. Oh, he goes down.
Oh yes, 12 kills onto their name, and their M416, their guns are all out blazing. Only 3 players onto the front of them. They are surviving. So it's down to 3v1, 3v1 situation. And finally, one more kill secured. Bunny is also down. But no, that kill is gone down to the play zone.
13 kills is what they have right now. It's a 1v3 situation. They know it. They know it. They have won. They know it. They have won this game. They know it's their own. They know they're going to be just, happy out there. Taimur is the last man surviving from the entire lobby except for those 3 players. And now he's moving up forward. Well, why are you running into this area? Because of one thing, and that is he needs to get 4 more kills. But hey, he has been spotted down. He will go down by the play zone. 13 kills, chicken dinner. All right. That's a good way to move forward.
Exactly, and close to 13 kills and obviously 15 points. That would make off a 28 total points. We'll see once the points ranking come, but DES, one more chicken dinner, that will obviously help them shoot that total point. Before this, they were holding 68 total points, but also we need to give credit to the player of RB Taimur. He was holding that angle for a pretty long time, and he secured that important placement points, Ocean, that will be 12. And in this close competition, where the competition is going neck to neck, one point is very much important. And when you are getting 12 points just because of that particular team, he just played it brilliantly.
I mean, him as well as LC. If you remember, I mean, the players were still surviving, right? And they were trying to get inside the circle. They got a good area, though, but that was a bit in the open, and they were spotted down by these players for DESfyme, obviously. But altogether, these 3 teams were looking really good for themselves. I mean, Taimur as an individual player, he was right there in the molly. Had he moved just 1 pixel ahead, he could have been taken down.
That was an inferno. Surviving an inferno, that was a Herculean effort, and he did that. But finally, he was taken down by Playzone. But you were talking about LC. Obviously, LC had a very good position, but it was the good position of DES and the good spotting level that obviously took the players of LC. Because you remember, there was just a 1 pixel left from the left hand side of the tree, and he was brought down to 20 HP. So I love the way DES obviously played the match, obviously spotted this match, and they are the champions for this match because they got the chicken dinner.
They're going to be looking really happy with this one match, right? They're having good kill numbers for themselves in the overall ranking as well. They're going to be having good placement numbers for themselves. So altogether, all in all, this team is going to be like, no one's going to stop them as of now, and they are the most comfortable team. So they might just be a potential candidate for campus championship. Obviously, we'll be moving up forward to see how they gameplay. What do they learn from their gameplay? Because right now, this team with every game that they are just playing, they're learning something. They're learning how to just dominate from time to time. They're learning how to just get the best of their own gameplay from time to time. So yeah, it kind of just is constituting really good onto their own gameplay, and that for sure will be looking really good onto the match rankings. Just as we were discussing about it, 13 kills, and well, DESfyme, the second line of obviously DESfyme is the one I would say that has had more number of points for themselves. They are topping the chart, so 12 and 8. That's a good number for them as well.
Exactly, the name is same, but things are done differently because DESfyme did it with a chicken dinner 13 kills. Obviously, DESxfyme with that 12 kills, but they are not that good in securing their placement points for this match. Because in the first match, obviously the hashtag 2, that team who came in this match got the chicken dinner. So let's not get confused with the name, because Leopards are on to the 3rd position with total 18 points.
Yes, they are out there onto the 3rd position. But talk about rules breaker, right? They did not get any kill, as you can just see. And they are down to 5th position in this one game. Astro X, talk about this, like 5 kills for themselves. Lost Esports as well, could not get any kills though, but they got 4 placement points. That's a decent one for themselves. Quettaknigh, I mean, the previous game, they were in top 3. This time, they're at the 4th position with the 13 points total, as Generals are there onto the 8th.
Exactly. So, as you said, rule breakers, 12 placement point, that becomes very important for them, but with 0 kill. So, as we have seen some teams, if they are not able to secure that kill points, they just go for a good rotation for that zone prediction in order to secure the maximum placement points. For now, it seems that YS Esports, Team FTE, PE Esports are in a bit of sort of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, they are in a bit of a sort of trouble, a kerfuffle out there. But talk about Team PFRP Esports, I mean, they could have taken even better fights, right? But things just went on to their own ups and downs, though. And, we're talking about those ups and downs. We'll see a lot of moments that just change the pace of the game altogether. So let's have a look at the Oppo moments. And right from the start, this fight.
Obviously, yes. LC emerged victorious from this fight, and this was the only reason they went down to the wire, where they were on to the third last team, I guess, to be get eliminated. And this was a successful fight for them because they not just only eliminated player, but they emerged victorious with all 4 men strong. Ocean.
Yeah, and they were looking really strong with everything that was just, given to
Exactly.
themselves. But this is where more and more fights were just, constituting slowly and steadily. And with every fight going on, I would say DES, both the lineups, they were looking really strong. Look at this. Sometimes they'll catch down some other team off guard. Sometimes some other team will be taken down onto the fight. So many moments, and every moment they were emerging really good and victorious.
Exactly, but my eyes was also onto the team for Astro. In the last match, we saw them faltering, doing some mistakes, but they got some good amount of kills. But in this match, they were just not able to pull themselves up to the top 6 or top 5 fights.
Yeah, that's true. But, after this, let's have a look at the overall rankings to see where the rankings does constitute onto its own self. Fyme, DESfyme and Quettaknigh, well, 88 and 65 points is what they have. Talk about DESfyme, the second lineup. They got their first chicken dinner right now, and they are looking really good with 33 points, 36 points for the 7th team. So they are pretty close onto a neck-to-neck.
Exactly, but look at that difference between Quettaknigh and DESxyme. That's of close to 23 points if I'm correct, and Astro coming with that 54 points. So after that we can see a close point up between team BFR with 45 points, Leopard with 43, YS Esports with 38. So any team can topple any team at the moment, but for now, one chicken dinner, 37 placement points, and half century of kills, 51. What is this, Ocean?
Yeah,
they
man,
are
this-
looking very, very strong.
This is how you can, look forward to a team that just goes only for the kills. That team is kill hungry because they know if they're getting the kills, they're already, getting ahead onto that placement point number, and it's a win-win situation for them. But onto the other side, 9 to 16 has some different storyline for its own self. Where Orion lost Esports rules breaker out there. I'm talking about rule breakers, right? They were second in the previous game, but they did not get any kills, and hence they are still at 19 total points.
Exactly, it becomes important to continue the moment, the rhythm you are holding, because obviously this is a format of battle royale, and the RNG, the way it plays, you just cannot rely onto it. So if you are going to the hashtag second or third position, just go to capitalize onto it. So in order to contribute the most number of kills, the most number of points for them. But for now, as you said, rule breakers got a very good position in the last match, but in this match they anyways falter. But the good thing is that team till 11, they are in double digits.
Yeah, they are definitely in double digits if you just talk about that though. But with this one game, just moving forward, I'll still love to see what the last game of the day brings onto the table, because there's still one Miramar left, and that Miramar might just go for a slow start, might just have a lot of kills. And if a team that's having always double digit
Exactly.
kill numbers for themselves, I would love to see what they do in that one Miramar.
Exactly. If you're in double digits, you just need to get some of a decent kills, some decent fights that you need to pull up. Even if we saw the last match, the last Miramar, that panned out. Team G69, they were just 2 men strong. They anyhow suppressed obviously some of the teams that were trying to aggress onto them. So this strategy can work for you even if you are playing a 2-man roster.
Exactly. But for that game, we'll be going on a really short break. So we guys will see you after this.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got
Welcome to Karakin. Today, let me guide you on an in-depth understanding of this 4-square-kilometer humble island. Before stepping into Karakin, you may have already heard about the intimidating Demolition Zone. In Demolition Zone, buildings will be destroyed into smithereens. But rest assured that today's tour will be a safe one. Karakin might be a small island, but the textile industry of the island works as a crucial financial support for the entire island. Our first attraction is Al Haik. Al Haik is a medium-scale town, and people who lived here refine pigments for a living. Then those pigments will be sent to Quettaknigh for dyeing. Skyscrapers are scarce in Al Haik. Compared to other urban areas, there are fewer visitors here, which makes looting easier. It's a perfect choice for a team of 4 in search of adequate equipment supplies. We'll be walking by the sea, and our next attraction will be Quettaknigh, which serves as the port of importing raw materials of Karakin. Imported textiles are dyed in vats filled with multiple colors and distributed to the factories. If you want to choose this place as your landing spot, then it's recommended that 1 to 2 players in your team land in the containers area, as they can easily find combat supplies here, and head to the city to support their teammates. In the middle of our journey to Al Habar, we'll be passing by an enclosed warehouse. You will need to use sticky bomb to blast the walls that look less solid to get in. There's always something nice in here. But be careful, as one might not want to hide behind those walls during combat, because those unmaintained walls can be easily penetrated with just a touch, making you susceptible to attacks from enemies and exposing you to dangers. The next stop is Al Habar, which is the largest urban area in Karakin. There are many residents, hence the numerous high-rising residences. No doubt this place will be a popular spot in the future. Our next attraction is the port city of Bar Shahir, which stores and exports goods of Karakin. This is the perfect spot to search for weapons, making it my personal favorite. Next up is the city of the West, Bashara. It was a city congested with residents, with tall buildings providing convenience in observing the surrounding movements. Just make sure not to lose your directions here. Our final destination is the cargo ship, located at the southwest corner of the map. This ship has been idle here for forever, and has already been abandoned. Yet there are still goods that remained here. However, due to the gigantic size of the cargo ship and the containers, this place no doubt becomes a place to rumble. Don't you feel the excitement already just thinking of it? Besides these urban areas, Karakin also houses many such little buildings. Rumor has it that there's another passage beneath these buildings, as well as a huge space beneath Karakin. Well, it's up to you, believe them or not. Alright, your Karakin tour is now closing its curtains. Looking forward to seeing you next time.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Pubgmobile Campus Championship Pakistan 2021 by Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag book up your fun. My name is Ocean and alongside me is Ankit. So let's talk about 2 games or maybe the 5 games that have happened and the last game. So how do you think it's going to be constituting to that one last game?
So here it is. So I'm impressed with the way today all those 5 matches have panned out. Be it with the fight of Sanhok, be it with the fight of Miramar, be it with the fight of Erangel. So team have obviously unveiled all their strategies, and this is a place where big names are made. Cause maybe tomorrow or maybe some days we will see these teams, these big names coming up. But before that, the last match of the day is gonna be on the Miramar. Flight path is on from Los Leones to ending to the Camp Militar region. That means La Bendita, Minnas, Junkyard, El Azhar, Cruz de Valle, Tierra Blanca are straight onto the concurrent line. Some city would be unglidable, or some teams would face difficulty. Will be El Pozo, La Cobrera, Craterfield, and Chumacera will be easily glidable.
Well, we still have to see, how this game just pans down as the sides of Los Leones. I mean, it's one of the biggest cities, so players might just want to, just drop down to this area. It's going to be a really good area if the players would wish to. But talk about the areas around El Pozo and all, it's going to be a bit difficult and out of reach.
Exactly. If these cities go out of the reach, things would slip down for them. So, what's the prediction, Ocean? Quick circle prediction, maybe on which side of this map?
I would
I'll
love
be really
to see.
interested to
I
know.
would love to see an El Pozo, San Martin, Hacienda, this kind of
Okay.
circle. A circle going on to the left-hand side though, as compared to the right-hand side, because that will be really good. But talk about Tarzan and his teammates again going for the southern side, and maybe the circle goes north. They can go for a late rotation.
So this is for sure. This is a team that loves dropping on the southern half of the map. Be it be Erangel, be it be Sanhok, or be it be Miramar, and spot on prediction, Ocean.
Well, with these kind of circles, right? With these kind of circles, I mean, now the players have a proper time to just sit around. Talk about
Exactly.
Chumacera, right? Tarzan and his teammates can go to Chumacera, sit there for a while, like have no worries, because no team's going to rotate onto that area. Whilst the circle's going to go to the sides of Picardo, like it is in Picardo though, so LS can stay there. But I would love to see what those DESs, both the squads go do, because one squad is inside the circle, but the other squad is onto the areas of Campo Militar.
Exactly. One is into the circle and one is extreme northeast side, that is of Campo Militar, and the neighbor would obviously be LC. And this is a team that actually went down to the wire in the last match where they finished top 4, top 5, but FTE will also be them, maybe challenging them obviously in the place of Cruz de Valle. On El Azhar, it will be the team of generals, but what do you think will be the strategy of the teammates of and the players obviously from the Tarzan? So what will they be thinking? Because in all these three maps we have seen a sudden drop from their side, be it be Erangel, be it be Sanhok, and this final match of Miramar.
The only major focus right now should be just to stay at the most decent area as they can. I mean, talking about it, right? Avoid those hefty fights. If it's like they don't want to make it their forte, avoid those hefty fights. If they want to just be for those fights, they can have the fights for themselves. But I would
Exactly.
suggest not in the early, like first, second, third circle. After that, they can take the fights, because after that, obviously, you'll have to take those fights. Even if it's like a low kill game, just go for good fights.
Exactly. At some point the fights will be inevitable, but for now, obviously you can back off, you can retreat, you can obviously try some different zone rotation, just not to let yourself go into that fight, and obviously lose some crucial players at the initial stage of the match, because you need to have all those 3-4 players at least to counter the last zone and the suppression that comes from the opposition teams.
Yeah, obviously it will be there, right? The suppression will be there, and you cannot fight it. You cannot fight it at that moment, because if you are getting pincered down from all the directions, if you know that it cannot be your forte, you'll have to just leave those fights altogether just out there. So these kind of things will be just happening slowly and slowly. We'll have to see how the teams just move forward against those
Exactly.
things. With the given time, in a while, we'll get to know about it for sure.
Exactly, but a while ago we saw Team FT on our screen. So let's talk about this team. This team is still having a stronghold onto the top 7. Not a stronghold, but they are anyhow managing to be on the 7th position. We have seen some good fights going on to them, but it seems that things are still not going onto the way. And this match can be there if they secure some good kills or maybe some good placement points.
Yeah, I mean that's true. If and only if they secure, good kills and or good placement points for themselves. But now, if we're talking about this circle, already we are down to 4 minutes and 34 seconds marker for ourselves. And the first circle, it will be closing up really soon, really, really soon as of now. And with that circle just closing up, teams that are outside the circle, like the areas around Campo Militar and all, they'll have to rotate as soon as they can. If they cannot, because in Miramar, sometimes you have a vehicle, but you get caught down alongside a cliff or maybe a hill, and you have to just stop your rotation. So those things happen a lot in Miramar. So players and teams will have to look forward to that.
Exactly, and the mentioning the fact and bringing the fact onto the table that these teams have already played at least 5-6 matches against each other. On obviously the last week where the matches panned out on the map of Miramar, so they must have that rudimentary idea that from where the teams are actually rotating, so they can obviously work on to that. If they had some done some homework, they must be knowing from where does the team actually rotate, and if any team is actually closing on to me, from where can we find ourselves out of that fight in the initial stages of the match.
Probably we will still, have to once again see forward to it. So let's just, see how it just goes down because you can see now. So LC, 2,150 plus meters distance of them and the circle. That's a lot. Given the fact the zone's arriving, you can see the blue marker. The zone is arriving and they are so far away from the circle.
Exactly, that's a massive distance that they have to cover. Obviously they'll have the vehicles and all, but obviously if you are traversing with the vehicles, one thing is also on the radar is that you can be anytime picked off. And talking about that, it seems that DES, with that confidence from last match, they are making a straight headaway push to the team that is LC, straight onto them.
They are making up a straight push onto these because they obviously knew they did not want that to happen, but the rotations might as well just be cut off guard against each other. So yeah, they'll have to just look forward to the areas. Well, Shikari just moving forward with the buggy in his own self with his own self. So let's see how these things just go down. And DESfyme, I mean, I would love to see what this team does right now in this game because again, a really promising team.
Exactly, but the way DESfyme obviously approached toward the hill, it seemed for a moment that seemingly we can expect some fight. But since they didn't spotted any player, the good thing from them is that they are giving the respect to the zone. Cause after this, the second zone, and from there on, the zone damage will be more. And more importantly, you need to find a good position for you in the zone, especially in the map of Miramar. That becomes important.
Yeah, that's true. It does become important, really important for the players to just look forward onto this. But
Ooh.
again, okay, again, with all the players just moving up forward, focusing on their rotations. I would say this is a good time. This is a high time right now because in Miramar somehow the first circle also does you a lot of damage if you're outside the zone.
Exactly, and that same happened with the team and the teammates of Tarzan when they were trying to make a rotation and from the Sosnovaka military base, and just because of that, they just lost one of those teammates.
Yeah, they did. They did lose on that. On the teammates are right out there. We'll have to see, how still the fights just constitute. Because right now, again, you can see they are spotting the players down. They are spotting the players down, but the damage is not yet done. Neither with the DMR, not with an AR.
Exactly, Gens are looking very much strong after these two matches. For now, I still they don't see them in the top 7 list. That means they need to get a good game, especially because this is the last game for them and this last opportunity for this week. After that, obviously, more matches will pan out. For that, they have to wait. So if they end this game on a high note, they would be happy.
Yeah, they would be. They would be really happy with this just onto themselves. But you can see, I mean, this is where, because all right, so this team was really close to the circle. They already what they were doing was
Exactly.
really good. Like they were trying to focus on the other team's rotations, trying to not let them be as close as to these players as they could. But look at the Striegel has been taken down. Mamba's onto the back end side. Exodia as well. So
Exactly, Ocean, and yes. Exactly, and it seems that Wriggle will soon be eliminated, and that kill goes in the name of Salman as he aggresses and tries to secure a kill for himself. But Killer is just down to 20 HP, but one more ran over, seeing in the frame will be on the left-hand side of the screen. But Ayub Khan coming to the action with them for rifle, spreads on knock finish, onto knock finish, and it seems that one by one, Team ON is going down and will be eliminated soon, as this will be a 1v4 fight against Astro if they have to take a leap from this. But no, Vegito takes him down, and in that situation he is knocked down. But yes, this is the thing we are talking about. 4 kill with no player loss, they would emerge victorious and with a high morale boost up.
Definitely a really good booster for these players as of now. But yeah, the revival will be coming up. They have a lot of time to decide on the revival getting into the fight. But now slowly and steadily, we have to see how they take the fights for themselves.
Exactly, just some moments onto the clock, but a centrist shift. That means the teammates of Tarzan are still in the zone. Onto the dead smack center is sitting the team that is DESfyme, the team that got the chicken run in the last match. Approaching toward the team from the southern side is LS. From the southern side is 17. From the southern side is RB. So we can see a cluster developing in the area of Picado to Montenegro to Power Grid in a moment or two, because some more team are also trying to aggress and to be into the zone.
Yeah, there are teams that are trying to aggress and to be inside the circle for themselves. Obviously, it's going to be helping those teams a lot if we just talk about this. But now, slowly and steadily, we have to just make sure that these teams make their way into their best forms, and then obviously
Exactly.
just take up the fights for themselves. If that does not happen, things might as well just go on to their own level of bad. For these players, for these teams as a whole, and we'll have to see how they take their consecuting fights for themselves. But talk about the players of K9, talk about the players of Astro, they might as well just be in the skirmish for themselves, as Lawson is the good area. And just as we were talking about, Picado is where LS wanted to stay. They are there, they don't have to move at all for the fights. Only in the final circles they'll have to move out there. But Fyme Predator goes down, he'll be finished down as well.
Exactly, and BFR coming into action. That means they are secure. But one headshot that I was waiting for a long time comes into action as BFR onto the back foot. One player has been knocked on, but this is a long range fight. That means no push we can see or expect from Fyme. One thing that goes into the favor of BES, that they have some cover of range and they are not in open. So revival will be the key here.
They have a proper area for themselves, but still, if you show your head once again, you will be taken down. That's one thing. Players are being taken down.
Exactly, and with that, one more shot being connected onto the other player of the team. So some shots, but one more shot. STRIX Strix is not waiting, as his car 98 shots are precisely hitting the heads of team BFR into the front. For now, Tiger OP again going down, just crumbling for the space. There are two buggies, mind you, so they have to make a rotation. Seems yes, they are backing from the fight. So obviously, this is a good move, but what about those two headshots? Man, oh man, this is a delight, especially for me.
This is definitely a delight to just see how the players are taking those fights onto themselves and looking really good with everything. Well, slowly and steadily, you can see now the sprays is coming up. Well, Strix was trying really good. He spots him down again, but the damage is not being done. But the spray was really good and really regulated. But at that distance, sometimes it becomes a bit difficult.
Exactly, he just tried his hard to put down the players of BFR, but that was a push, that was a retaliation that was needed, and that was just because of Strix 2 proper connection straight onto the heads of BFR, and that made them retreat from their way.
They did retrieve from the way on this moment, but look at this. The third circle is again, onto the bounce right now. As the players are just out there. The zone will be starting up at any time soon, right now. And with the circle just moving up, players will have to just look forward to where they have to be. This is where BFR Bad Boy can take down one or two players. All right, but he's just focusing on his trick and discipline, as he knows it's really important. As he knows he's inside the circle though, but he has to just go more deep inside the circle. But Shikari takes on Scarlet right now. Will be finishing them down as well. Slowly and steadily. I mean, yeah, there it is. The finish just comes down. That means they are again gathering those points for themselves, specifically the kill points.
Exactly, and meanwhile ago, Fyme, we saw them in action. Right now, they are again in action as they take down one more player. But Fyme, obviously the other player, so we know this squad is playing with the same name but two different roster. So at time it becomes important to actually spot down. But talking about the spotting down level, there we see two shot connected by Car 98, and I was really very happy because in the first Miramar we didn't see such actions, but in just 15 minutes we saw two headshots being connected, and that was so precise, Ocean.
Those were really good shots. Obviously, if you're using a car 98, you need to know, you need to understand maybe the bullet drops and maybe the areas where you're taking those shots for your own self. And that just, becomes a matter of practice as the players do it a lot. Well, talk about this right now. I mean, Gens players plus against Astros players, they are going to be taking a good fight onto each other. But look at that. One player has been spotted down from an off angle where he was trying to create a good off angle for himself. And Tika Khan has taken him down onto a low HP. Well, he will be healing up really, really soon. And yes, he has healed up for his own self. That means they know where their opponents are and they would not want to make him peek again. If he peeks again, well, the crosshairs are on himself.
Exactly. After the bolt actions, we are heading towards some DMR actions as Tika Khan is trying to destroy the vehicle that is being parked on the sidelines of Panda and obviously trying to puncture those vehicles and to perish his movement. For now, he has been successfully doing that, but with a hard shift, that means the teammates of Tarzan will be on the northern side, RB on the western side, and I just see one more team on the edge, that is K9. Rest of the other teams, they have to make an entry into the zone.
They definitely have to make their own proper entry into the zone and into these areas. We'll have to see, how it just constitutes and comes down onto the stuff right now. But looking forward to all these fights. Somehow these players are moving forward. Again, the circle goes down to the areas around Los Leones, and that is where the players will have to move forward. And that is where, you can see LSS players moving against Picardo, going inside the circle. Sounds like a really good deal, but the zone is in the open. It does not constitute Los Leones. It does not constitute Chumasera. It's in the
Exactly.
dead desert open area. That means all the fights that you take are going to be onto the ridges and yourself.
Exactly, and it becomes how you read those ridges better. The better you read those ridges, the more you will be able to take the knocks and inflict the damage. But for now, it seems that damage has been induced onto the player of obviously Vampire and QI. But Vampire, you just cannot traverse the way you were trying to do. He was just taken down at this moment by Astro, and 5 kills have already been secured, and it seems that one more kill goes into his favor. But no, he has also obviously revealed his location. He's trying hard to secure that kill of Ayub Khan, and yes, 3 kills goes into the name of Astro Killer.
They're getting good kill numbers for themselves, right, slowly and steadily. And you can see Astros players, they have 6 kills. That's a really, really brilliant number for themselves if you just talk about the way the fights are happening. But, well, right now, again, Gens players moving forward against DES players. And DES, you can see both the lineups pretty close to each other. So I would love to see which DES lineup, stands tall once this fight just ends up for its own self.
So here it is. First lineup got the first chicken dinner, second lineup got the second dinner. Which lineup is gonna emerge victorious? Whom do you think, Ocean?
Well, we'll have to judge forward for the fights because right now you can see DES's this lineup, the ones that's on the screen, they have, they have one player surviving as of now. Strix has done a lot of damage and will be finishing him out as well. They want those kill numbers for themselves, but the thing is, they are also 2-man squad. So 2 versus 1, we'll have to see what happens.
Exactly, that's how you roll. That's how you move on to the zone. But for now, Strix is still surviving. So can we expect some more Car 98 shots in the latter half of the zone? But it seems that Shoaib OP is the only man surviving from the other lineup. He can dug some graveyards and obviously some coffins for the other teammates as Zesty is trying to approach towards him. He has heard the shots. Obviously, Shoaib OP tried to take him down, but he was not able to. But a nade onto the other side could have been a better option.
Yeah, definitely. But right now, Shoaib is still just surviving onto one of his own areas. Meanwhile, the other circle will be just forming up slowly and steadily as the players are trying to be inside the circle for themselves. The players are trying to, stay at a really good position for themselves slowly and steadily. But afterwards, we'll have to see how the fights just constitute as Shoaib, the last person surviving, has a good weapon. That's going to be AK for himself. And the second one is Mini, but obviously he needs an AK for the close range fights. Let's see how he, gets the best out of those fights.
Exactly, but for now, it seems that the fight is on a stalemate, is on a deadlock situation, and Shoaib OP is not willing to obviously reveal his location. But the way he's trying to aggress, it seems that Tika Khan can anytime take him down, but just because he's having buggy, he is trying to rotate from the southern side of the circle. But for now, it seems that one team is sitting in the center, that is 17 PK. RB is also in the center, has come into center from the western half of the circle. From the southern side, K9 is again making a rotation. So K9 has successfully been able to not not let the player lose, and obviously to aggress toward the last circle and zone. And my eyes will be on to them, how they take these fights, how they take these matches, and how they make themselves up in the latter half of this match.
This is important for these players, right, to take up all those fights for themselves and obviously just to, aggress forward for themselves. But look at this, slowly and steadily, again, look at this, the way the fights are happening. And as well, the players are still out here. But again, staying inside the circle, it's a good choice. But staying at the edge of the circle into the fifth circle might just be a really bad choice. Because if a player goes down somehow, if your teammate goes down, you might not be able to revive him.
Exactly, and the moment you say Fyme, Strix, the member who obviously initiated some of the knocks, some of the headshots of K9 was in the frame as he just went down to the play zone. But for now, it seems that it is seeming impossible for the teams to make an entry into the zone.
Yeah, I've been talking about the entries inside the circle and everything. It might just be, on its own levels of ups and downs for players, just to look forward to how the fights just get forward on its own situations.
Exactly, for this, let's see how the players and how the teams are going to make up, because we were seeing some clusters being developed on the western side of the map where team number obviously one team was in their compound. But obviously, let's talk about the Tarzan and its teammate. They were just trying to make an entry into the zone, and they are still lagging with that, and they just need to find themselves up, because they were still on the western half of the circle trying to make an entry, and they would be soon punished, because there were some teams obviously on the front lines, those who would notice their movement and take them down for sure.
True, they'll just try to find out those areas, and just like we're talking about one DESfyme having one chicken dinner for themselves, the other DESfyme having another chicken dinner for themselves. We all obviously wanted to see which team was looking really good, because there was Astro as well. They had a good kill number for themselves in this one particular game, and they might as well just get the game for themselves. So there were a lot of things when we were just looking forward onto the fights altogether. But somehow, if we talk about the fights that were just gonna be constituting onto the final circles, I would say these kind of circles were really, really tricky for the players to play. You just have an open area. All you have is the cover of a few ridges and maybe here and there a few buildings and whatnot. So somehow, if the fights were not onto your favor, you might as well just go down and maybe take your entire team down with you, and no one would want that to happen.
Exactly, no one would want that to happen with the team. Such catastrophe, such calamity, such dug out. Obviously, nobody would like. But you were talking about Astro. They are still sitting at the #3 position with a total of 54 points and just 6 placement points more than their kill point. That means they're having a good balance with their placement and kill points. And they've seen some good game coming up from them in the last 2 matches. And just because of that, they are still at that #3 position. In this match also, till now, they have performed decently.
They have definitely performed really, really decently for themselves. So yeah, I would say on to these fights, right? Somehow these fights were looking really good with the momentum of these players. So let's see how the things just pan out. But as we just talk about the fights that were moving up forward, we were looking forward to a really, really good match. But well, there was a slight technical glitch that did just happen in a while. So we'll have to figure out how the things just pan out after this one. But as of now, I would say we were in one of the most impressive matches that we were just looking forward to.
Exactly, and talking about that, I was impressed the way K9 were making a rotation. Not just rotation, they were just sidelining and obviously taking themselves away from those fights that was actually happening to the rest of the team and to the rest of the fight. So the moment zone makes a shift, K9 were ready on their toes, and they were the team who were actually making the right side of rotation, and they actually knew, because it seems that they have done the homework how to play on the map of Miramar, because anywhere they were trying to make a rotation, they were just not caught off. So it was a very good, brilliant rotation from K9.
Yeah, it was a really, really brilliant rotation for the players of Team K9, right? But talk about a team that once we were just talking about this one as well. A team of Tarzan and his friends always dropping down to the southern areas. They have a good circle constitution for themselves. If they don't, then obviously they go for a slightly late rotation, but it works out in their favor to get those placement points, which is a really good strat, right? A really, really decent strat for the players just to look forward to. And I would love to see more from them so as to see how they look forward to this again and again and again, when the fights will be happening and when we'll be seeing them maybe just moving forward onto the next area. So somehow these fights might as well just make the best out of these players. And if they just start aggressing more, they might as well win those gunfights apart from the rotations.
Exactly, this can happen the way, cause once you are into the confidence with those placement points, obviously, this is a game of confidence, and once you are down with the confidence, you would play passively or you would not take the fights. And obviously, so let's talk about the way, obviously, the team of Tarzan and the teammates were playing. So they were obviously taking the southern side, be it be military base, be it be the southern side of Camp Charlie, or be it be the Los Egos side where they just dropped off. So these are the teams who are actually looking to play for the placement point, and this is actually a very good strategy that I would actually encourage. So because if you are not able to secure the kill points, you can go with the total points, and that is also an art, because at the end of the day we have to be at the top 7. So one more team, DESfyme, that is on the #1 position, they have 51 kills. They have also some decent placement points. So some teams goes for aggressive push, some team play their strategizes their cards on the basis of the kill points, and some team plays on the placement point. So these two types of strategies we are basically seeing in this all matches of Group 8, and this is a well crafted group, I see, cause different strategies are working out especially for them. But let's see if the Tarzan and its teammate will be able to make an entry to the top 7, because let's tell our viewers that Ocean, that all those 7 teams from each groups will only be aggressing, so it becomes important to anyhow secure the points, be it be kill, be it be placement points.
I mean, that's important, right? When you talk about the way the teams are just, moving forward onto its own self. And along with that, if you talk about the top 7 just trying to constitute their own good gameplay, those are the teams that are just, looking forward to move forward. So, sometimes as of now, you might be at 7th position or at 8th position. The difference of
Yes.
points can be a lot than you're just, asking for.
Exactly, but for now it seems that there is just 3 placement point difference between Team FTE and DESfyme that secured the last match chicken dinner. So that's not a big difference, just 3 points that can be covered up any moment through kill points or through placement points. We have to wait for that, but we saw a while ago when the overall ranking after second match for this group were there.
Yeah.
All the teams in that top 12, top 13 chart had that double digit mark. So it becomes important for all those teams to perform good, top 7 teams. But let's talk about those teams, those who are on the 7 to 12, 13 position. For them, it becomes important to actually secure the second double digit marks that we have seen till now. And that actually didn't happen with the 7th group that actually played the first 3 matches.
Yeah, I mean that's where you can talk about the aggression of the fights that is just
Exactly.
constituted all together. Sometimes it just we'll see, or maybe it's about different groups' different mentality altogether. Because obviously it's about the team mentality and the player mentality. But sometimes a whole group thinks about a similar way. Let's go for the placement points first. Let's go for the kill points first. Sometimes,
Exactly.
and if a group wants to go extremely for the kill points, that those games will be ending up really really fast. Because obviously everyone wants to go for the fights. But if a group wants to go for the placement points, you can see a lot of tacticality just coming up in the gameplay. Because there are going to be some teams that would want to just survive as long as they can by not taking a lot of fights. So you can see maybe a lot of utility usage, something like that. So those things happen, and in these kind of groups, the group 8 that we are looking forward to right now, it's a really tactical group in a way that it's aggressive as well, but it likes to play on its own strategies. And that's where DESfyme and DES, like those 2 teams just constitute really really good for themselves.
Exactly, and these are the 2 teams that secured the first and the second chicken dinner of the match. And as you were saying that there are different strategies. For now, we have seen all sort of strategies being developed in this
Yeah.
match of last map. But let's head towards the match ranking and the rule breakers with 15 placement points, 7 kills, a total of 22 points. But Astro, look at that massive number.
Wow.
13 kill points and 8 placement points. We were talking about this team, and you know what, Oshin? Before this match, my eyes were set onto them because they performed really very brilliantly in the Sanhok. So I was expecting them to come at least in the top 3 position, and with this kill point, they are in the top 2 after this match.
Well, they got 21 total points. That's a huge chunk of points for themselves, given the fact that Rules Breaker was just out there with 22 points. And Rules Breaker, I mean, previous game was onto its own version of ups and downs where they got the placement points but not the kill points. But this time they got the placement points as well. 22 points. That's a really good outing from these players. DESfyme, talk about this one, right? They're at the 7th position in this one with 4 total points for themselves. So yeah, it again was in its own matter of ups and downs with one good game, one not so good game. So yeah, things like that did happen against DESfyme's players. But talking about the other DESfyme, they got 3 total points for themselves. If you talk about the other teams, YS Esports, Leopards, I mean, these teams did try really good generals as well, so they got 2 points for themselves.
So yeah, so after securing consecutive chicken dinners by both the rosters of DESxyme and DESfyme, both team faltered on the same note, both team faltered on the same map. So something is going on to for them. But the way Rules Breaker, as you mentioned, they emerged top. The last match, in the second last match, they were on the hashtag position. They were not able to actually emerge victorious, but somewhere down the line, they held their nerves pretty well in this match, and they just got a chicken dinner.
Yeah, that's true. But talking about the overall rankings, right, this is where it gets interesting. 92 points and 80 points. All right, so difference is out there, but it's not a lot. Astro, meanwhile, falling down to the 75-point marker for themselves. BFR with 53. There's a difference. If you look at third and fourth position. Then Leopards comes down to 45. Lost Esports 44. Rules Breaker, they have entered the 7th position mark of 41 points. And YS is also at 41 points, 7th and 8th position.
Exactly. Before this match, Rules Breaker on the second half of the chart, so a very good match for this. But look at that point difference, Ocean. 5th position, 45 points, 44, 41, 41. So any team is capable of going into top 7. And not only just that, Team FTE with 39 points, DESfyme with 36, and ORION with 31 points. So any of these teams from 5th position to 11th position can be on the first half or can be on the second half of the chart depending upon their performance.
Yeah, that's true. We're talking about these points and the way these points have been just out here. Overall rankings kind of just look onto its own different charts for itself, and we would have hoped for something else as of now. But there are teams that are just dominating right from the start, and it looks good for the teams.
Exactly, it looks very good for the team. And Quettaknigh, let's talk about this team. Before the 2 matches, they were still on the hashtag 2 position, and they have managed anyhow to survive on the hashtag 2 position. So that's a good and consistent gameplay coming up from them, Ocean.
Exactly, that's a really good and really consistent gameplay coming up from these teams' side altogether. And I would say, I would love to see more from these teams. Obviously, the last game, as much amount of a game as we saw a really good outing from all the players. But after this, obviously, we did not see it. But Rules Breaker, they had the game for themselves. That's a really good thing, and in that really tactical way for sure. Because against them, there was a team that had like 13 kills. I mean, Astro was out there. So I mean, all together, these teams did perform up to their potential, and they lived up to their markers. Everyone wanted to see something out of the blue, just happening onto these final games, and it did happen impressively.
So yeah, so this was the last game for Group 8 and for all those 16 teams. So Rules Breaker making a top 7 mark after this, they must be feeling secure, they must be feeling good, but they don't have that cushion that they can enjoy the luxury of sitting onto that 7th position. But after the end of the day, it how you end. So ending is better for Rule Breakers after this match.
It is. I mean, talking about the ending, if you just talk about the way they started, obviously being at the second table, and now moving up forward. So yeah, this was really good. But we would love to see how more and more games just pan out in the upcoming days as well. We guys will be seeing you really soon on tomorrow's stream. So till then, take care. Bye bye. Stay safe. Stay awesome.